Welcome back, everyone, to Red Spotlight Entertainment, the show that brings you everything coming out of the world of movies and more. I'm Alexis, of course, and I'm joined by the other Alexis. This is the female version. Miss Moreno, thank you so much for being here. And how are you doing today?
Good. Hello.
It's been a minute since we've seen each other. Well, personally, but of course it's been maybe a bit longer since we've had you on the show. I think the last time we had you on the show was a little bit before the release of Inside Out 2.
Yes.
Which should give people some context about how long of a minute it's been. Of course, last time we were on with David Francisco and Peter Martinez, and we discussed Deadpool and Wolverine, which we may talk more about that as well here with Alexis, because there's a lot she hasn't had a chance to really talk about. She hasn't had a chance to talk about that movie or Inside Out 2 or a lot that has happened. I mean, since the last time
conventions.
Well, there was two. Yeah, we've had Comic-Con and we've had D23, and in the world, there's been an assassination attempt and a political candidate that dropped out, and then it's a whole new world since the last time she was on this show. The Olympics happened. That's right. Yeah, so that's where we are here. For today, our main discussion is going to be based around D23 and the slew of announcements that came out of that. So that's and of course, anything else we want to discuss, and then perhaps some things that came out of Comic-Con, maybe. This is going to be all on today, which is Red Spotlight number 487. I have to look down because I keep losing count as to which number we're on. But I think it's also important to take a moment to recognize the significance of a D23 convention happening in August, in particular to us. Because I feel like our particular journey of not only just being friends, but literally the history of this show, hilariously enough, hinged largely on one particular convention, and then also how the vibes felt like on the 13th episode of this particular show. My goodness. I want to say 9 years. Was it 2015 or was it 2014 when that D23 convention happened? I want to say it was 2015. I'm going to say it was I don't think it was 2014.
Because I went my first time 2013, I believe. And then, so it's every 2 years. So I believe that's what it was.
Yeah, the episode we're referring to is number 13, Diamonds Are Forever, of course. Long ass time 13. Ago. Yes. We even know the date, August 13th, 2015 was when we had the first appearance here by Alexis Moreno. And here we are at number 487. It's a long way away from where we were. We had no idea it would go on this long. And to be quite frank with you, as we have been all these years, that episode, why I mentioned that, everything hinged on that episode going so well, is because Kyle was getting ready to close up shop on the podcast, because there was a lot of trial and error, and a lot of personalities came in and out, and he wasn't quite happy with it. But when you came on, something immediately clicked, and then, and even more special than that, we kind of became friends and have been friends. I don't know, Kyle wanted to be here today, but he was just too busy, and I'm sure right now he's probably in bed. So we want to let's be real about that. It's only 8:30 or 9, I guess, but still, he's already in bed, and well, we can't disturb that, unfortunately. So I mean, he did want to be here, but sometimes we just can't. And as we've been talking about these last few years, it's been difficult to get all of us back in the same room. Well, not in the same room, but in the same time to do a podcast.
Well, yeah, the same room too.
But that too, yeah, that's even harder actually to do. We want to, not for a lack of trying. And you know what else has happened since we talked? I went to Disneyland.
Oh yeah.
It was like so much happened. Yeah, you moved. That's right. So a lot has happened here. So we also want to take a moment to acknowledge that while on this show, yes, movies and everything revolving movies and TV, but every now and then we do delve into theme park stuff in regards to Disney. We used to have a podcast for that. It's been on an extended hiatus. So because of that, we're going to have that happen here. So get ready for some more Disney parks conversation that would otherwise be on this podcast. But of course, we every now and then we intermix different kinds of conversational pieces depending on what we need to get off our chest. Because ultimately that's what this show is. It's just to come on here and vent and bitch about so many different things. Like even just today, I feel like I've been on a roll lately, but the TikTok you sent over, Alexis, of the person reviewing House of the Dragon, I was like, wow, that's an uncanny impression of me.
I love her.
It was so funny.
I forgot her name. She's on TikTok. She talks about more than just House of the Dragon. Like, she does Star Wars stuff and all that, but her main, like, why she got big was because of House of the Dragon and her takes and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love her. Yeah.
And with House of the Dragon, I don't know. I feel like if ideally, if there was more time, I would have wanted to have reactions to that on this channel.
Yeah, literally happened in the middle of us moving, and
it was impossible.
I did keep up with it. I did watch it every weekend.
What did you think overall as a season 2? It was a really good season. I haven't had a chance to see it. Maybe I'll watch it when season 3 comes back because I feel like the wait's gonna be a bit.
That's like after, like, I think it was the day after the last episode. My dad, because I made my dad watch it, and we watched the first season together. Still has not seen Game of Thrones, but maybe one day we'll see.
You don't really have to get this show.
That's true. I mean,
in the long run, no. But I mean, in the immediate effect of it, you don't have to know anything that happens over there.
Yeah. But he, like, texted us. He's like, because he saw, like, a post or whatever, and he was like, 2 years, I'm gonna be so old, and then 2 more years after that for the last season, I'm gonna be ancient.
This is the pain.
Yeah,
this is the pain. I mean, I keep saying that part of me not wanting to watch it is because I know how long it's gonna take for it to come back.
Yeah.
Because, like, that was 2022, we're in 2024. Like, and it's just a joke that we have to just expect that a show comes back every 2 years? No, Andor is still not even back. Also, speaking a little bit on that a little bit, there was a whole Star Wars show that happened, you know, and the Acolyte happened, and right? We did.
No idea.
And maybe, if we had the time, ideally we would have done reactions to it, I guess. But, I mean, the last Star Wars show we did, we got burned a bit too much. No. That's the thing. Yeah. The last one we did was draining.
No. If anything, it would have been House of the Dragon.
Yeah.
But it just, timing, but it's fine. I guess, like, my only thing I have to say about House of the Dragon, I mean, it might be a little long, but I thought it was great. It did feel like 8 episodes out of a 10-episode series.
Like they canceled the last 2 episodes and just moved them over to the next season. That's what it feels like.
The strikes definitely had a play. You know, they started shooting because the script was done, which I thought it had something to do because they were shooting over there. I didn't realize it had to do because the script was done. And so because the script was done, air quotes, they started shooting, but that also meant no rewrites, no nothing like that.
Or no changes could be made on the spot, which is why some productions have the writers literally on the set to see if something isn't working, they can just fix it then and there.
Yes.
And just rewrite it in the script. And that couldn't happen because of the strikes. And because they chose, well, that's true, but they, as an HBO, chose to just go ahead and film and take that risk.
Yeah. So that definitely did come to play. But regardless of all of that, I think that they did really good with what they had. The actors, every single actor was literally incredible. Even the smaller actors, which is, I feel like, no surprise to a Game of Thrones show. I feel like the fans, again, air quotes, are crazy. And to be complaining of stupid things, I'm sorry, is ridiculous. I think that this season got a lot of hate for not deserved, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But it was there was some flaws, but I think that the moments that were meant to be big hit so well. So yeah, people were just crazy, and I loved it, and I can't wait for the next season, even though it's a million years away. But it's fine.
Yeah, that's always part of the struggle of television, especially these years in the streaming era. They've just like, well, we can't be bothered to work every year, so we have to.
But we are getting like a world in the world, another series in between. So we'll see, because I am really interested in that story. Okay. It's A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I think that's what it's called, and it's after House of the Dragon. I don't think it's directly after. It might be a few generations after. But I am very interested because there are two characters that I really love when it comes to this world. So I'm excited to see what they do with them. So I can't wait. So at least we'll have that.
At least there's something, right? Yes. At least there's something. So there is that, of course. And if, as far as movies are concerned over the summer, I'm just going to be real with you. This might be the single most lackluster summer I can I can't ever remember. And let's be real here. That's not saying nothing. There have been some summers where it's been pretty like, wow, bad. But bad in the sense that there was a lot of big films out and they were bad. In this instance,
compared to last year.
Well, yeah, but here's my issue. Well, a personal thing for me. It hasn't really felt, anyway, that there've been like there's been much at all to come out. The summer was, to me anyway, just kind of like, well, first of all, it went away like nothing. But there really weren't that. I mean, actually, there was.
That's true. I mean, I feel like the two movies that I was like excited to see, or have been excited to see, was Longlegs, which I don't know if you've seen it, but it was
not yet.
It's pretty good. And Deadpool, which I personally...
You were also excited for Inside Out.
Yeah.
You were. You said you were excited. You were excited for it, and
not as excited.
Not as much as the other ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
But I feel like that's what most people have seen. Inside Out or Deadpool and Wolverine. That's what the numbers show. They're both now $1 billion grosses, which disgusts the hell out of me because, like, Dune Part 2, excuse me, that deserved $1 billion and it didn't. Whatever. But yeah, people like what people like, and that's where pretty much that right there explains D23, by the way.
But I will say, with the second movie of Dune coming out, there has been a lot more people, at least that I've talked to, that have been like, wait, I love Dune. Yeah. Like, I've had more conversations about it. I've even had people that like waited to watch it like a week ago and have been like, I can't stop watching it. I can't stop thinking really good about it. So I think in the long run,
that's good. It'll pay off for when Messiah comes out in a few years. I just feel like, why couldn't you get excited about the first one? You know?
Yeah.
The first part of the movie? Oh, maybe because it was all just... But even then, I feel like all of us were like pretty impressed with how Villeneuve executed the political intrigue, and it felt a lot like Andor / Game of Thrones. And people love that. Like, when you put it in a fantasy genre. But why didn't you like it when it was Dune? I don't think... For me, anyway... Knowing what's on the...
Not that they like this one better, just that they watched this one, and so they watched both of them
for
now.
Sure, a lot more watched this one, and for sure, it came out in 2021, and we all know that year was a wash because it was still coming back with COVID and everything, for sure. But you're right. Dune Part 2 having come out has definitely gotten people excited about that franchise. And I sure as hell hope that WB is listening to that. And I will be curious to see where we are. Where it goes with its awards chances, which I expect 10 nominations. We'll see if they include Denny this time, because last time they didn't care to nominate him for director. And then the other thing is this. I'm getting a little bit miffed here that in recent weeks I've had the great fortune of being able to go back and revisit some films that I haven't seen in a while. One of those happened to be Call Me by Your Name. I hadn't seen that movie since 2017. It's been a long time. Well, that's when it came out. First of all, that's like such a summer movie. Just a picturesque, perfect film. Like just the whole vibe and the aesthetic of it is like, take me there. I want to go there. But it is such a tremendous movie. I honestly do feel, looking back on that whole year, and mind you, that year had a stacked like group of films. To me, that probably should have been the movie of the year. I love The Shape of Water. I love Three Billboards. I love Get Out.
About them. Everybody talks about Call Me by Your Name.
You're right. That one does have staying power, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. And Luca should have probably gotten director, I feel. And the thing that I mentioned Luca because I feel like Challengers was just like, I was blown away with the direction of Challengers. As you and we had a review on that a few months ago.
I was just talking about this movie this whole weekend because
were you?
I have a cousin whose fiance apparently isn't a big fan of Zendaya's work and all that, except for Dune. And I was like, wait, have you seen Challengers though? And they were like, no. And they're big, they're like really, really big Nine Inch Nails fan. So I'm like, listen. And I played him like a little bit of the soundtrack, and they were like, and she just texted me like literally like maybe an hour ago. We've been listening to the soundtrack nonstop. And then my other cousin sent a picture in like the group chat with that cousin of Past Lives, and I'm like, wait, have you guys seen this? And they were like, no. And
that's
I'm like,
an amazing double feature.
Yes, I was like, if you have not seen Challengers, wait till the weekend and do a double feature.
I would also try Call Me by Your Name and Challengers back to back. That's a really good pairing too. Mm-hmm. But I get a little bit already nervous because I don't think it's going to get a single nomination because I feel like Luca has another movie coming out later in the year. And it's being positioned as a more serious contender because of its subject matter. It's called Queer. So I guess that's going to get people's attention there. And it stars Daniel Craig. It's 2.5 hours. Like, it's supposed to be pretty darn good. So that might just bump Challengers off of the way because you can't have more than one movie from a single director in a year. I mean, I would hope that maybe it debuts at a festival and then maybe the following year it gets picked up by a distributor. Because I feel like this is so good. But maybe but then again, maybe it's too mainstream for. The thing is, Barbie, I would say, was mainstream, but then also what? It just depends on luck, honestly. We always discuss like what gets in and what doesn't. Just depends on the timing of it. But Challengers, to me, is highly. Even in those circles, I would say it's such an underrated film just in terms of its sheer mastery of direction that goes on. What they do with the camera, what he does with the camera here brings it to life in a way I couldn't have possibly imagined. For me, it's interesting. It hasn't hit the same way Saltburn did, and I think Saltburn hit harder because of its edgy scenes that got people, and it had like TikTok behind it, and it was, and Saltburn's a huge movie now. I wish that would have happened for Challengers. I think people have seen it, and it was successful, but it hasn't hit the same way. I think it is big, but it's not as big. I think
Saltburn's hype lasted way longer than Challengers.
Yeah. Yeah,
but I think people, like, when they first saw it, were like, whoa, what is this?
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess I agree, just for that little thing.
But I think for me, like I've seen as far as
which
movies,
one do you like more?
Of what?
Saltburn or Challengers?
Challengers. I gotta say, to me, I feel like from a directing, well, it's hard. I think they're both written and directed like amazingly. I'm not one of these people that like trashes on it. Like I get why people have issues, but I don't have those issues. Mm-hmm. I think Saltburn's an amazing movie just because of how much fun it's here to have, and I think it's pretty clear that's what it's here to do. It's just to have some fucking fun, and I loved every bit of it. And of course, the performances are great, and it's a larger ensemble, sure. And of course, there's Barry Keoghan, of course, but then challengers have got Josh, Mike, and Zendaya. Like I think each giving their own legendary performance, and it's just like, and somehow it works. And I think it was even harder to pull off because it goes backwards and forwards in time, and it's tough. I love them both, but I feel like to me, the one that I've interacted more, just because I feel like it's just a tighter script.
Yeah, I think it just gets you thinking more.
Yes, and it stays with you a little bit more.
Not that Saltburn doesn't, because it does. Like, there's a lot of like imagery that you kind of have to decipher and like things like that. But Challengers, which is funny because we just said that Saltburn stayed more with people, but I think I've stayed more with Challengers than I have with Saltburn. Because you're like, wait, but like, what does this mean? What? Yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen Poor Things, by the way?
No.
You should see it. You should see it. You should.
Somebody should tally how many times you told me to watch it here.
I mean, what can I tell you? But for sure, like my 3 favorite movies of the year, and they're so different. But it's Dune Part 2, it's Challengers, and it's Furiosa for sure. I was so surprised how much I loved Furiosa because you know what? When I went to go see Mad Max in 2015, I hadn't seen a Mad Max movie before. And I liked Mad Max Fury Road just fine. It was good. But I wasn't one of these people at that time that appreciated the way that everybody else was. Talk about
honestly, I think that's what stopped me from going. Like, I didn't want to go watch it. Because then, literally, like, the weekend that we were going to go, we watched Mad Max because I hadn't seen it in a really... I think since they came out in the theaters. And I also was one of those people that was like, it was cool. It looked cool, but and then when we watched it, I'm like, I don't know. I had a lot of questions that I think people didn't understand. I would have to rewatch it to.
Let me tell you, no. Furiosa has those answers.
Okay.
The questions that you have, Furiosa answers them, and I'll tell you this. I'll even sweeten the deal. They answer those questions in a way that is not like all the other prequels, like a Solo, where it's like, oh my god, you really had to answer that question in the weirdest and lamest way possible. No. I'll tell you this right now. We haven't had a chance to review it here because Peter's been unavailable. We will do it soon. Furiosa, to me, might stand as the single best prequel ever made. Okay. Because it tackles the questions that you would have. It basically, it has all of those questions that you had in Mad Max because it actually tackles them and it's part of the plot and the overall arc of that character. And you know why? Because George Miller had the whole story in his head when he made Mad Max Fury Road. He was actually trying to get them made at the same time, but things are like, this whole other backstory was
that's how I felt. Like, I felt like I was missing something. Like, I didn't fully understand what was going on.
It doesn't care if you're lost. It just throws you in there. And if you're in for it, good. If you're not, well, too bad. I feel
bad for having these questions. And I'm like, but it just didn't make sense to me. And then, again, rewatching it kind of confirmed, like, I don't actually really enjoy this. Mm-hmm. Again, it looks cool, and it is cool. But, like, that was it for me.
Depending on how much you like Furiosa, I think it might actually improve Fury Road because it did for me. I'll tell you this, because I share with you the same kind of resistance a little bit. Like, well, how much am I going to enjoy this? Because I don't know. Fury Road was like not necessarily. I'm not going to say it's not for me. I liked it. I wasn't into the hype of it. But I saw Furiosa and like because you know what? Because Fury Road is all spectacle, not really so much on like themes or characterization. Because that's what I go for. But Furiosa, it has the spectacle in there, but it has the story, it has the themes, and it has the characterization that I felt Fury Road was missing. So when you watch Furiosa and Mad Max, it almost feels like Dune Part 1 and Dune Part 2 almost. That's how much interlinked they are as films. Like, to me, it's amazing. Like, Furiosa is like the missing piece of this movie. Okay. Of Fury Road. So, and I know that people who may be watching or listening may be like, you guys are crazy. What do you mean, like Fury Road? Because it's such a beloved film, you know? And we liked it, but we just didn't feel the hype. And I didn't feel the hype of Fury Road until I saw that movie.
It felt like I needed to watch the other movies before watching that one. But then people would tell me, no, you don't need to watch them.
Because they're not at all related to this.
Yeah, so then I would be confused and be like, but how do you know this isn't this? So I was very confused when it came out, very confused when I rewatched it. So I feel like that did kind of contribute to me not going to.
Plus, Furiosa has amazing performances by both Anya Taylor-Joy and maybe the best performance by Chris Hemsworth. I was really wowed by him in this movie. Like, honestly, pretty incredible. And I think, I'll say this. It's fitting that when it came out, it got great reviews, but it didn't, nobody liked it the same way as Fury Road. And so many of the reviews that I listened to were like, well, why didn't it work as well as Fury Road? And I'm like, you idiots! It's the other way around. This was, not that much better, but I prefer a story like this because it was much more methodical. It was much more like taking its time with it and actually giving me what I'm always more interested in movies than just the spectacle of it. And at the same time, there was some amazing action sequences in Furiosa too. So, like, yeah. And again, I wanted to stress to all of us here, I wanted to talk about this back in May and June when it came out, but we just didn't have the time to. We haven't had the time, unfortunately, lately to do any of this. So we're going to get that to you as soon as we can. And hopefully that'll sell some of you to go watch it because not too many saw it in the theater.
Yeah,
I think more
because it was there for 5 seconds.
Yeah, we could get into that, but let's not because then we'll be here all day. I also did have the pleasure of seeing Lawrence of Arabia. I saw it yesterday
at the movies. Or?
Yes, the movies. Yeah. Because I obviously I don't know if people can tell right behind me, straight ahead, you will see a big Blu-ray box of Lawrence of Arabia right there underneath the TV that are behind me.
Where did you go?
Huh?
Where did you go?
In my hometown. They were showing it all over the place. August 11th and August 12th. It was a special 2-day presentation.
I didn't know this, and I've been like super into because they're in 2 days they're gonna do Coraline because it's the anniversary. Which I'm so excited to.
They were even doing Back to the Future and the Terminator, and I'm like, what the hell is going on?
That's cool. They're doing like Harry Potter. I think they're doing all the movies. Spider-Man, I think.
They should do that more often. They should do that. There should be an old movie out in theaters every week. I feel that way.
I don't think we have that anymore. We had that in Arizona.
That's what you get for leaving.
I know.
I had seen Lawrence of Arabia many times before, but never on the big screen. And of course, it makes a big freaking difference. So much of the movie is just like, how was this made?
Yeah.
And it's also just really interesting watching the movie again post-Dune. You know, because when I saw Lawrence of Arabia, there was no Dune movies out. Not by Denis Villeneuve, anyway. I know there was the David Lynch one, but there was, but there's so much the films have in common. But it was just so nice to see an old movie like that and an old epic like that. I was like, I almost had forgotten. Are they going to do the intermission? They did the intermission. We had a 15-minute break. Because it was like, so it goes 2.5 hours, then the intermission, and then when we come back, it's an hour and a half left. It's a long movie. That's why it's called an epic.
I would love to do Sound of Music like that.
Yeah, any movie like that. But yeah, it's interesting how the intermission doesn't at all break the flow of it, but all the performances are, to me, it's just a really, it's a film full of intrigue. It's a film full of these really interesting conversations, as far as the political struggle happening in the film itself. And it gets you thinking about a lot of different things about, how differently future would be if T.E. Lawrence, who was a real person, might have actually succeeded in what he was trying to do. And also the figure that he ended up being, it was like almost like Paul Atreides, as a matter. There's really a lot of similarities to those characters. So it's a really great experience, for sure. There were other ones I wanted to get out to, but there wasn't the time for. I missed Close Encounters, sadly. I missed Ponyo. There was playing. I know. I wanted to do it, but I was not in town. So whenever they have these out, I'm always on the lookout for them because they never really announced them, I feel. So I have to just be looking on the show times.
Yeah.
So, and unfortunately, Peter couldn't come with me because, as I mentioned before, he has his final big test to study for, which is happening this Friday. And hopefully, once he passes that, we can finally be done with this situation. And then, of course, even more so, it's like this is the week that Alien Romulus comes out. So I have to wait a couple of days to see that. Yeah, I want to see that. And that one's also gotten some interesting reactions. Some not so positive, some very positive. Some like down middle of the road. So we'll see. I
did go see a movie, A Quiet Place. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, pretty good. Yeah. That's it. So again, like for me, my top 3 this year have been Furiosa, Dune, and Challengers. Like nothing else has kind of like come close to any of that. For me anyway. So, and then as far as like where we are right now, again, we're in August. Alien Romulus is going to come out. We're going to try and review that. And then between September all the way to December, whatever releases come, we'll try and come back on here and review them. As a reminder, of course, that once we hit close to October, November, that's when the award season begins to have those releases come out, and we'll discuss those. And at some point, probably in December, we'll have our top 10 of 2023. I mean, we laugh, but let's be real here. I think I'm the only person that's even remotely prepared for that. Because every single last one of you on this group has not seen literally like all the major players.
Don't look at me. I'm never prepared.
But it's like, I'm using you as an example here because, like, okay, seriously? You still haven't seen Poor Things? David, I'm sorry. David hasn't seen a whole bunch of shit. But Peter hasn't seen Past Lives, and he owns the movie. He hasn't seen Past Lives yet. He hasn't seen...
I'm not at that level.
He hasn't seen Perfect Days. Kyle hasn't seen any of them. So it's like... And yet they both insist we can't do it without them. So if you're looking for someone to blame...
Me.
For those of you who are interested in a type of show like that, recently we did do our top 10 favorite movies of the decade so far. That was a 2-parter. So that you could go there and listen to that.
That was fun.
Anywho, it was for sure. I also wanted to take this time to just so much has happened, and I'm trying to remember all of it.
You had a Pixar rewatch.
Yeah, I did. I don't think too much changed, quite frankly. But I think I did reveal in one of the recent episodes how the list changed. It's hard. You go back and forth on so many different things, but I feel like what remained the same. I think the films that I thought highly of were still pretty high. I think my top 5 was, I can't recall the order, but I think it was Nemo, Toy Story 3, Luca, Up, and Turning Red. I think it was those that were my top 5.
I think I'm not sure if it's gonna show up, but you kind of cut off at the last 2. So can you repeat them?
Turning Red, Up.
Okay.
Finding Nemo, Toy Story 3, Luca. That's my top 5. Yeah, I rewatched Pixar. Good timing too, because then I went to Disneyland for Pixar Fest.
For Pixar Fest?
Yeah. And I'll tell you this. I don't know. People are like laughing at it because it wasn't attracting too much guests to the park. I feel like, and this kind of like also could be used as an explanation for later on with the parks panel and everything. I'll just say this. I don't think Pixar Fest is the reason why people weren't going as much to Disneyland or Disney parks in general. I think what we've been saying for years has kind of come into fruition. I feel like we're at a point now, after so many years of raising prices, that they've literally priced a whole section of the population out of coming to Disney. And that's what happened. Because what else happened during that time? They announced discounted tickets. And I used that for sure. It helped a lot. I went there for 3 days. I've never been able to do that before, but I did it this time and I was like, whoa. But if there's a reason for why people aren't going anymore, it's because of the prices.
Yep.
That being said, going back to Disneyland, I'll tell you, I don't know if there will ever be a point where it gets old. Because every time I go back, it's like, wow, this place is awesome, isn't it? Like just every little aspect of it. For me, I really enjoyed all of the Pixar Fest activities. I love the decorations. I love the character meet and greets. The parades are awesome. The parade floats, the Luca turning red floats, the Soul floats. The World of Color show is actually pretty cool. How they had these really interesting mix of characters all themed to people using their passions to change the world, which is really inspirational. Then Fantasmic was back.
They just get you.
And yeah. The Fantasmic came back and I was like, wow, this is so cool. And with both World of Color and Fantasmic, this was my first time going to the later shows. Both of them, instead of the earlier shows. Guys, do the later shows. There's so much less people. There's so much more room. Like, people don't even show up with the second shows, so just go and do it then. I did Incredicoaster 3 times, and at night. So this is what happened. Unfortunately, there was a situation where we had to wait 2 hours for Soarin' because they were only like one of the things wasn't working, so it was bad. It was really bad. But we got out with 10 minutes to spare, so we got out of Soarin' with 10 minutes to spare. We ran all the way to the Incredicoaster to get on board at 11:57. 9:57 because it closes at 10. That park closes at 10. So we got there at 9:57. And we rode it at night with all the beautiful Pixar Pier lit up. Yeah, it was so nice. And then as soon as we got off, we had 5 minutes to show up to our spot for World of Color. So we just like barely made it and did it all, but it was like really, really nice. We had lunch at Carthay Circle in the middle of the day. It was so relaxing. We were at the Carthay Circle lounge and just seeing people walk by while we were being in an air-conditioned area because it was hot, obviously.
Yeah.
It was really nice to do all that stuff. We spent a lot of time because we had the benefit of the time, obviously with 3 days, to go into the shops and look at all the merchandise. The merch was awesome this time around. Seriously.
I feel like they've stepped it up because the last couple of years have been questionable.
Yeah, for sure.
And this is coming from somebody that literally buys everything.
Mm-hmm.
I did not.
And then also, what helped so much. Oh, by the way, I also conquered my fear of going back on Mission Breakout because last time it almost killed me. Because remember what happened last time? Yeah. I did Incredicoaster and Mission Breakout in the span of 10 minutes, and my stomach was in pain for like hours after that. And I was like, there's a picture of me where you can see the life go out of my eyes. It was really bad. But when we went on it, I was with some friends. And in the past, they've also get anxiety for this ride. So it was funny because, and we were also there with somebody who had never been, I'd been there, but it had been 20 years. So it was so fun to see the park through their experience.
With people that like either don't remember or have never been.
When he was there last time, California Adventure wasn't even a thing. It was a long time. Like it was so like everything was new to him, and it was like, wow, it's so much better. Like it was so much bigger, so much more to do. So, but when we were in line for Mission Breakout, it was so funny because like I was kind of nervous because the line was moving really fast. And so, I need to get my medication out. I gotta take some Tylenol. And then that got him nervous. Like, what the hell is going on? Because I wasn't taking meds. My other friend was taking meds too, and prepare our bodies for that ride.
Oh no!
Oh my god! And the anticipation took us. And then when we get inside, and as soon as I buckle, the little seatbelt there while we're on the ride, I'm like, I look at my friend and I'm like, I think I'm having an anxiety attack. I think like it at the worst possible moment. And then the ride happens, and it's like the best feeling in the world. I think, wow, this actually feels great. Because the last time it didn't feel great. No, I was probably that. I gotta tell you. Don't get old, kids. So yeah, but it was, oh my god, that was such a fun ride. It's like, so that's what it's supposed to feel like. But anyway, and going again, experiencing Rise again, and they had never been on the Rise.
Love that. I think we might shoot for like November, December or something, but which I am kind of sad about because I love going for Halloween, but it's fine. But
weather is better in November, December. The weather's better in those months than in Halloween. It's hot during Halloween, you know.
Yeah, but we have a couple of friends who we hung out with one of their siblings, and we hung out with one of them on Sunday, and we were like, oh yeah, because he was asking me, we hadn't seen him in like a while. And he was like, are you still like all into Disney or whatever? And I'm like
you have to ask.
Exactly. So we're all talking, and then I'm like, do you guys go to Disneyland a lot? And he lives in San Diego, and he said, yeah, I think we've been maybe 3 times. And I was like, yes. I literally was like, oh. Maybe I should
be on the floor laughing. Like, I mean, and by the way, for those audience people out there who may not know, Alexis and I are like Disney lifers. Like, we've been over there.
I'm like 3 times a month before, but yeah. So I'm excited to go with them, because they literally have not seen Star Wars Land, like anything. So I'm fun.
And then, you know what's really funny for me is because on the first day, my friends weren't ready, and they were packing all late, and one had 45 minutes of sleep, the other one had no sleep. And of course, we do a rope drop the first day. By the time we hit 10 a.m., one of my friends just like is damn near on the verge of collapse. Like, it was it was kind of a horror show. And then we wait an hour for Rise of the Resistance. And then they did the ride, and they were like, wow, that was really great. By the time we got back to 2 days later, when we were back in Disneyland Park, and they're back on it for the second time,
they had their actual reaction.
Yeah, because they didn't remember any of it.
Oh my god!
They didn't remember any of the first time.
Mistake.
So yep. But hey, that person got to have 2 first experiences. Who else can say they had that? They had 2 first experiences, and it was just like so. And also, I paid. I didn't care. I didn't want to wait the line again. I actually paid I don't know however much it was, the individual lightning lane for Rise.
Like the $1 million one.
Yeah, sure. Worth it.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding you. The lightning lane, I did the lightning lane for both Radiator Springs Racers and Rise of the Resistance, and those cost extra on top of the regular Genie thing. Whatever, it was worth it. You skipped the line completely. Like, we were like with our mouths open because we had already done the line.
Yeah.
And so we literally start with Ray and BB-8.
It was like, it must have been like our second time rating it.
Yeah.
Where we were
yes. That's exactly how it was.
I will never forget that. Oh my god.
Me either.
Like top 10 Disney core memory.
For sure. Like, I still think of it anytime I'm in that room and like,
too.
Oh man, remember that time when this happened?
I was so happy then.
Yes, I was. But in general, for all 3 days, I did do Genie. Or I guess now it's been renamed Lightning Lane. I don't know, whatever. It's whatever the name is now. Yes. Honestly, I spent most of my time calling it Fast Pass anyway when I was there in the parks. I didn't care.
I don't even think I've ever called it.
No, it's too much to say Genie, and it's weird to say Genie. Just call it Fast Pass. Anyway.
It's like Twitter and X.
I know Disney is already enormously and disgustingly expensive, but I have to implore people, if you want to make the most out of your time, don't just spend all that money and not get the Fast Pass, because I feel like you're just throwing it away at that point. If your main priority is to maximize the number of rides you want to do, you need to get that Fast Pass Genie Lightning Lane thing, because if you don't, you're going to spend most of your day in needlessly long lines. Even if they're only like half an hour or an hour long, that's still like what? It adds up really quickly, and like what? It opens at 8 and it closes at 12.
Especially if you're going for like a day, even 2 days. Like it does make a difference, and
I can tell you how many times we skipped the line. We could just skip the line completely. The last day, we did Space Mountain 3 times. Not in the same hour. Not in the same hour. So what happened is we rope dropped Space Mountain. We got on it. And then what happened? We had we did a fast pass and we just went back on it. Just like that. So we did it 2 times in a row. Then later on in the day, we saw that it broke down. So we were like, we're going to wait a little bit. So we actually parked ourselves by the Pizza Planet. We were just like waiting around for like 10 minutes. We needed a break anyway. And then it was so funny. One of my friends and I, we went to go out to see where the line was at. I mean, to see if anything had changed, but then also to see, we wanted to also move spots because it was like fresher, I guess, outside than it was inside. Mm-hmm. And then as we step outside, we see some cast members slowly corral what was obviously the beginning of the line because they had just reopened. So immediately we turn around, we rush back inside, and then we saw our other friend already without even like we haven't given him a look. We didn't even tell him anything. He's already like packing up. He's packing up all the stuff on the table, and like we're just gotta go. And we walked on. We walked on it. Yeah. No wait whatsoever.
Love that.
So just to keep, and also I did see that the 3 of us did get captured on a Disney vlogger's video.
Ooh.
in the background because I recognized him. Right, because he was in front of us walking on the Space Mountain. Then also as we were walking off Space Mountain to go into Fantasyland area, his name is I think Dylan from Theme Park Obsession. He's one of those. Okay. But I did look up the video and I have the screen recording, so we're literally like right in the background of him. Funny. So yeah, so really really positive experiences. We rode it like we basically did all the rides we wanted, and then also I've always been a proponent of doing Fantasyland dark ride attractions at night because you can get a lot of them out of the way with. So we did for the first time in like decades. I did the Storyland canal boats.
Oh, those scare me.
And then in the last 15 minutes in the last I think half an hour we did Dumbo the Flying Elephant, the Storyland canal boats, and then from there
okay, I guess not, we'll talk about it later. Sorry, I just thought of something.
Okay, well don't forget it.
No.
And then from there we did Alice in Wonderland, which I've also hadn't done in so many years.
Aww.
And then after that we had like 2 minutes until 12, so we booked it to Peter Pan and we just made it to get in the line for Peter Pan. Actually, that happened to me
last time too. We did all the dark rides like at the very end, and we got to do Peter Pan too. It was kind of scary because I would always volunteer to go by myself because it was like 2 and then one more person, which I don't mind. But that one you're by yourself completely, and I was terrified because they're literally right here.
Are you sure? I mean, I gotta tell you, there was this but there was this on the first day we did Mr. Toad's. I don't know whose idea it was, but the cast member gave us the green light and they squeezed all 3 of us in one buggy.
Oh.
I don't know how that happened.
No, I mean, I because I don't mind going by myself, so it was like not a big deal, and I would tell him, no, it's fine, like go, because I'd rather be comfortable than uncomfortable. But
right.
Yeah, when I got on and then it started moving, my head immediately started like, oh shit, what did I do? And then it was like me like having to look for like my friends, like, okay, they're over there. Okay, they're over there. If I get stuck, they're over there. Even though, where else would they be?
What was really funny is like I was like totally unprepared for like how fast they were going. The line. Because it's closing time, they want to go home. So they're like rushing people into the ride. And they're rushing the ride system. to the point where there was a moment where I thought, like, what the hell? I thought we were going to fall off or something. There was an instance like going down. We're like, shit, what just happened there? Like, they're really wanting us to get the hell out of this ride. We were the last, I think we were like one of the last people in the line. So I'll tell you, if you're okay taking that risk, if you want to do Peter Pan, wait until the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
If you really want to do it, because otherwise you're going to be stuck in an hour-long line for most of the day. God, so many wonderful, like, just like moments of just pure Disney magic.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Were you able to see the Tiana stuff? Like, parts of it?
Yes. So we were kind of flirting with the idea of eating at Tiana's, but we didn't quite do that. We did Cafe Orleans though, and we had a great time there. But we were on the Mark Twain riverboat on the first day, and we were able to see. I was able to see because they took it as an opportunity to take a nap because they were so tired. Yeah. I was like, well, I'm here. So again, yeah, I went to go to the upper level to see the construction. We even saw the construction through the Disneyland Railroad, and it was like, whoa, what did they do to Critter Country? It was like completely just like gone. It was.
I'm so pumped.
Yeah. So it's being completely like done over. Well, it's getting they announced at D23 it's not going to be called Bayou Country, and they're also retheming Hungry Bear Restaurant into I think more of a Country Bear Jamboree barbecue restaurant. It's not the Country Bear Jamboree. They're not bringing that back, but it's going to be called Country Bear Barbecue something now. So they're bringing back barbecue into Disneyland because they haven't had barbecue since like they got rid of Big Thunder Ranch years ago.
R.I.P.
Right? So
were you ever in the parks when they would do there was like two because they would do a lot of meet and greets back there because of the space. There was like one event that I found out the year after they did it, and I was heartbroken that they didn't do it again after that. But it was called like Best Friends Weekend or something like that, and it wasn't like a what they do now where you have to get like a special ticket. They literally just did it a few weekends. And I don't know for like how long, I don't know how many years they did this. And this was definitely like right before like Disney influencers became a thing. But they would get like, old characters. Like they had Quasimodo, they had,
I didn't know. I don't think Jane. I was there.
They had, like super niche characters sometimes, older characters that like just weren't out anymore, and you would just go and meet them, and I was crushed.
They should definitely look into doing that more often, you know, like
I mean they do like the special ticket events are kind of what that is, but it's it was free.
That's
and
true.
It was random, and I feel like because a lot of people didn't know about it, it was like, oh, look at, like, you would just have to get lucky.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just to recap some more thoughts. Also, my friend is a big Star Wars fan, and he got a kick out of, like, again, how long he hadn't been there. Star Tours The Adventures Continue, and every single time it's a brand new adventure. So, like, just him and he going to see all the different, like, excursions. It's funny. I got a big kick out of it. Both times we got the damn space whales from Ahsoka. It's like, oh my god.
Oh
no. I know. What can you do about that? We went on Finding Nemo for the first time in like so many years.
Why would you do that?
Because they wanted to go on it. It wasn't that bad. Matterhorn, oh my god, Matterhorn was painful. I got thrashed around. I was like, I think I had fucking whiplash getting off of that ride. It was bad. Mickey and Minnie Runaway Railway.
Oof.
So good. That's such a great attraction. That one doesn't get old at all for me. And I still can't believe how they're able to do that. Like the tech in that attraction is like next level. Big Thunder, obviously, several times over. Unfortunately, we couldn't do Splash Mountain Tiana's Bayou Adventure because it wasn't open yet, but it will be open, I think, November the 5th. I think they confirmed over the weekend. Also, Haunted Mansion was closed for refurbishment, so we couldn't do that either. We did Pirates several times. I did see they opened the Treehouse, but we didn't go into that because we had.
Is it still Tarzan? It's not Tarzan.
No, it's now. They rethemed it to the Adventureland Treehouse, whatever that means.
I literally hate that.
I don't know why there was even a need to change it.
I didn't go up because for some reason I get sick. Like I get dizzy. Which is weird because I literally don't get sick or dizzy from anything else. But the fact that it was there and the fact that it was Tarzan and Tarzan representation.
Yeah, some kind of it, but yeah. Not quite. But we also had the opportunity on the first day. We did rope drop, but we didn't really go at it in the way of like getting rides, and that was the third day. But on the first day we did rope drop and we just explored Galaxy's Edge. Just to see it, because they hadn't seen it at all. So it was like nice going at our own pace, going through the marketplace of Galaxy's Edge and Bot 2, and us being the only 3 people in there because everybody else was like booking it to Rise. So we got to we had the whole land to ourselves for like the first half hour, and it was so nice. We did Olga's Cantina. It was really pretty cool. But they do kind of make you share with somebody else. Yeah. So that they had these long booths, but like half of it is a different party, and then half of it's yours. Mm-hmm. So it's like it's not that spacious in there, but it is nice. And it was funny getting their reactions for the blue milk and the green milk.
Oh,
I tell you this, I don't know what it is, but I like them more every time I go. Like I don't know, like it's a build. Like every year I go, I like it a little bit more. I don't know what it is, but I had them both tasted, and they were like a range of different reactions. No. But generally, I think the blue milk.
That first time.
You should go back and taste it. I love it. I actually really enjoy it. We had the Disney pickles, the popcorn, really good options there. So ultimately, it's still a really nice place to visit. But unfortunately, it's too expensive for too many people.
Yeah.
And I feel like that kind of spurred a lot of what was announced over the weekend in regards to the parks, and we'll get to that in a bit. But with that, I also wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the passing of Rachael Lillis. She was a well-known voice actor, primarily for Pokemon. And she's one of those people who lent her voice to our generation. We were the kids that grew up with that when it first came on TV in America anyway, with the dubbing. She voiced Misty and Jessie on the show for the first 8 seasons. And that was like from 1997-8 to 2005, I want to say. And it's really sad, obviously, to hear people, and she was so young. She had I'm not going to say it because I don't like saying it out loud, but she had a well-known illness that claimed her life as it claims so many others at a very young age. She was in her 40s, just so
That's
sad.
Crazy.
It's so sad. But I get personally really emotional about this because, like, especially when it's directly connected to my childhood. I know earlier this year we lost Akira Toriyama, the creator of the Dragon Ball series, and it was
that was
really, really, yeah, that was rough. And then this is also just like, wow, it's a tough one. So I wanted to acknowledge that as well. I also, while we're a little bit emotional here, I do want to take a moment here because we're going to go ahead and start getting a little bit into D23, but not completely. But I also wanted to give a little bit of a mention to the honorees, I guess you could say. I didn't see them all, but I did see Miley Cyrus in the speech that she gave, and I was like...
Oh, bald.
You too, huh? Because she's also someone that's directly connected to my childhood. And she's had a really interesting, you can even say tumultuous journey from where she was there and then she is now. But I just love where she is right now as a person. It's a big year for her. She also won her first Grammy earlier this year. But I love how much more of a full and confident in her own skin person she is today. And, you know, she's always radiated a love for what she does, you know, for music. She's always made great music. I will say, I love her music. Like, literally any era, drop me in. I love her music. Especially this last record, still can't get enough of it. And it's been over a year old, but she's really good. That one was really good. But seeing her just, like, embrace Hannah Montana so much, especially because it did cause her personally a lot of turmoil internally and externally, I guess you could say, in the years that she was trying to break away from that and trying to, you know, forge her own path. From a creative standpoint, you could tell that it was holding her back, but at the same time, she didn't want to, like, make any headway with people who love her so much. And when she broke out with, like, you know, Can't Be Tamed and that whole era, people were, like, trying to, like, it was a whole mess.
Yeah, I love that she's always been, like, I know it's so stupid because it's literally, like, a fake character, but I feel like to her it's not.
No.
But she's always been so respectful of the show and the people who she worked with, and the fact that she came from Disney when so many are, like, either shun it or ignore it for a long time and then only come back to it when it's convenient for them.
Yeah.
Which, you know, to all fairness,
I mean, a job's a job.
Yeah. But I love that I feel like, at least it could be, but I feel like she never talked bad about it, even though it did cause her a lot of trouble.
And she could have. She could have. But she chose to be above it. And it takes a lot of strength and self-control to do that. And she chose not to do that. And in her speech, it really just goes to show you how grateful she still is for that. And the way that she thanked Hannah, she was a different person in her fans. Yeah. And that was, I mean, she broke down several times. I was just like, wow. She's 31 years old. And we knew her when she was a teenager. And it was like, we were in that era. And it was so long ago. And she was quoting one of the songs, This Is the Life, Hold On Tight. And I loved her little zinger about, like, the company was, like, going under in 2005 and they hired Bob Iger and me to come and save it. That was so good. Facts, right? It was a team effort. It wasn't just Bob. Jeez, man. But that was an emotional one for sure. Even seeing, I didn't see the whole thing, but they inducted Harrison Ford, and he got really emotional too. So
I love
really
that. Good. This year it felt like I don't know, because in the past it like getting a Disney Legends Award or the ceremony to me felt very, like, niche. Like, yeah. You know, and this time it felt like, oh, like, this is, like, bigger now.
Yeah. Joe Rohde got in.
Yeah.
Finally. I guess they also had Jamie Lee Curtis was there as well.
First, I should have I had her name on my phone, but it's charging. But
you can go look at it. What? Let me go. I'll look for it.
The first Black tour guide got one for Disneyland.
Oh, I did hear about that. Yeah. So was it Martha Blanding?
I think so.
So the 2024 honorees included Colleen Atwood, Angela Bassett, Martha Blanding, James L. Brooks, James Cameron. Oh, Jamie Lee Curtis, Miley Cyrus, Steve Ditko. Oh yeah, Kevin Feige was there to honor and induct Steve Ditko. Harrison Ford, Mark Hahn, Frank Oz, Kelly Ripa, Joe Rohde, and John Williams.
It was a good.
Where was John Williams?
I don't know. It was a good lineup.
Yeah, really good lineup.
Yeah.
That Frank Oz, they had Miss Piggy have that video out there to introduce him. That was perfect. Why can't they? See, they can do Muppet stuff well. They just don't use them. Yeah. Damn it. But those are really good names right there. So, and also people, talking of people that passed away, I know John Landau, who was the producer of all of James Cameron's movie, passed away last month. He also worked closely with the Disney Imagineering team to bring the world of Avatar, Pandora, to life in Disney parks. And I'm sure he contributed a lot to the new ones that are going to be coming before he passed away, unfortunately. But he was a beloved producer in Hollywood, and a lot of people were really sad to hear that he passed away last month. And I'm glad that they mentioned him when they brought up the Pandora section.
Yeah. You know what I think we never talked about? The Sherman brother.
No, I think we mentioned Richard Sherman. Yeah, we did. We talked about him when he passed away.
Oh, was it this year?
Yes.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I don't like to remember that.
No, obviously not. But no, that we were also sad to hear about that. I think also Bob Iger shared a clip of one of his final interactions with him, I think. And he was reading the lyrics to It's a Small World.
I don't
not
like
singing
that.
it.
That's so sad.
Yeah. It really is. It's like we've hit the age where our heroes are beginning to die off. It's not fun.
That's not the one that I'm like I will not be able to handle it. Fine, I won't say it. I feel like you know which one I'm talking about, though.
Bob? No, which one? Oh, Dick? Julie? Yeah, no. It's funny how Dick Van Dyke is 98 years old, and yet he's still somehow more cognate than Joe Biden.
Yeah. I actually just listened to a podcast with she just came out in the Marvel movies. I think she played in the show Veep.
Oh, Selena Meyer is the character she plays in. No. That's the character in Veep. It's Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
Yes. She has a podcast where she interviews older, either people in the industry or people that she knows, like that. She interviewed Julie Andrews. Oh my god. I was crying the whole time. She's something else. She at one point she says that she wants to create something where she gives like vocal lessons to people that want to come up in the industry virtually.
Wow.
At her age. Are you kidding me? That was like, it literally blew my mind because people at her age basically just give up. And she said, you know what? I'm gonna learn how to do this. I love her.
Good for her. And Dick Van Dyke at 98 just won his first Emmy.
Insane. I love
so
them.
It's like, yeah. They're winning at life, that's for sure. But yeah. As far as I don't know what else to say. I wanted to mention this as well because I feel like part of also the reason for why we didn't do reactions is because we've been doing the Shield stuff, David and I, and it's been going really well. Like we've had a regular group of people that have been commenting, and we've had like a good dialogue back and forth, and it's just like, wow, I have to like pinch myself. It's like, what? Not only are they watching, but they're commenting, and they're also contributing information that I myself didn't know of before, just trivia of the show and the behind the scenes stuff. But also just like weirdly enough, I know I shared these comments with you yesterday, but it's just a really strange situation because for years, and I as a fan of this show, I'm just used to abuse, the neglect and the absolute ambivalence of people who are in charge, basically, right, toward this show. And I had forgotten that in the past year, I think Kevin Feige did a point ahead of sorts of, I guess, Marvel TV. The new Marvel TV, which is, I guess, the TV shows, because evidently they're restructuring how they do things and what they greenlight, whatever. They claim anyway. They claim, that's what they say. But what I thought was really interesting was when he was asked a question about this show, and usually when these executives in Marvel or anybody in Marvel Studios is asked about this show, they're like, well, I don't really know. But thank you for asking. That's usually how they answer them, right? Like, well, we don't really want to step into it. However, Brad, is it Winderbaum? Is that what his name is? Winderbaum? It's a really interesting name. Brad Winderbaum made some comments Yeah, that's the Marvel Studios head of TV, streaming, and animation, Brad Winderbaum. That's the actual title. And he made some comments that were not only just positive about the show itself, but like shockingly positive. Like even going so far as saying like, yeah, I like that show. What? You like the show? Whoa. Something has changed. He said, I think S.H.I.E.L.D. is a really great show, and there was a long time where some of the best reveals in the show during Winter Soldier, like, oh my gosh, it really is connected. I think there is, in a crazy way, like you said, it does feel like it fits into the multiverse saga in an incredible way. I want to go down this road with you. You know I do, but we're just going to take a deep breath for a second. Just know that I love that cast, I love Clark Gregg, and I love that show. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the single most positive anything anyone at that company has said in over 10 years in regard to that show. So we'll see. But I've also made mention of the fact that if they do announce a reunion of some sort, I really would hope that it would be isolated to themselves. Ironically enough, I wouldn't want any of that to be involved with the movies because I don't know. I just haven't been liking them at all lately. So there is that. But it is, I say, and I think and I feel overall indicative of how as the years have gone by, there's been much more appraisal of this show. Than there was when it was on. I mean, we just hit the 4th anniversary of it, like airing its series finale. So we'll see what happens with that. But really interesting to hear those comments. So now that we've gotten that out of the way with, and I think we can use this Marvel stuff to transition. Alexis, did you want to share your thoughts on the Marvel Studios announcements that came out of Comic-Con? Now, I know that they had some information on Captain America, but as you, I believe, have made clear, you're not really looking forward to it. In fact, all of us have really just wrote it off at this point. We're kind of expecting a really bad situation because of the reshoots. They also shared information about Fantastic Four, but I love how Peter came back and kind of just like kneecapped it by sharing the fact that at the exact same time that Fantastic Four was about to go into filming, Superman had already finished filming.
That was...
Wow, to see. And also, since I mentioned that, I want to take this time to twist the knife even further because I want to share some comments that James Gunn himself shared with us today.
Wild.
Can you believe that happened?
That was so good. I love him.
So in Variety today in an interview, this feels like shots fired. Because I feel like everybody knows at this point, like this is one of Marvel's like Achilles heel, is like shooting a movie without a script and then screwing themselves so much that they have to do reshoots. James Gunn is done filming Superman and suggests reshoots may not be needed. He says, I've done a total of 1 day of reshoots on my past 2 films. Can you believe that? He said 2.
Oh.
Well, maybe it could be. He said here, well, the quote here that I'm reading here says 2 films. Oh. On my past 2 films combined. For those who are not aware, that is Guardians 3 and The Suicide Squad. Can you believe this shit? A total of 1 day of reshoots for 2 movies. And this is, but when he explains his process, that answers why. This is what he says. His tips for avoiding reshoots include 1, over-prepare. 2, don't start shooting until I have a finished script my whole team is happy with. Marvel would never. Marvel would never, and they just can't. They're incapable of shooting anything without a finished script. I mean, right now, they're filming Fantastic Four. we're operating under the assumption that there is no finished script. So there's already the problem. 3, hire actors and department heads I know can do their jobs, and Marvel has a questionable track record of that. 4, surround myself with people who will challenge me and not just yes sir everything. / 5, ask myself daily, are there any small imperfections in the script or what we're shooting that might end up feeling like a huge imperfection when we cut the film together? And then 6, number 1 and number 2 again. That last part right there where he says like he's purposefully keeping people around him that will challenge him. That's not Kevin Feige. And we know that's not Kevin Feige because look at who he goes. He hires directors you've never even heard of. They've never done an actual movie.
Which, like, is fine, but...
Well, it would be fine in a vacuum, but we know he does it intentionally so that they don't challenge him. And it's been long documented that these directors, they don't even get to direct the whole piece. Like the action team, which they need to replace because their action has gotten ridiculously boring at this point. But their action team just comes in and like takes over, and the director has no input whatsoever as far as the action is concerned. Also, I know that Peter made this comment. I have forgotten about this as well, but we were talking about how the Russos are back to direct the Avengers, and he made a mention of like how not him, but somebody else made a mention that they're having a hard time finding people to say yes to this job, and that should tell you that something has changed in the culture. Because I think it's a combination. I think Feige purposefully looks for people who aren't that well known, so you can just like tell them what to do and not be challenged. But I'm thinking now we're at a point where enough talent has begun to get burned where some pretty big names are turning him down. Like, I think what happened with Nia DaCosta opened a lot of people's eyes because that was the first director they legitimately fed to the wolves. I'll tell you this. They stood by Jonathan Majors more than they stood by Nia DaCosta. And that should tell you something. They threw an openly, their first ever, I want to say, female director of color, besides, the first African-American director, woman African-American director, under the bus. And they openly trashed her, for like really no good. Like the only reason was because it needed to deflect from how bad they were getting the reaction to the Marvels. So something has changed, and even what's his name? Even Sean Levy was the director of Night at the Museum, was offered Avengers twice, and twice he turned them down. What happened here? It's not good. And then, as if everything else wasn't enough, we have this situation where they can't get Blade made. So it's like, really, there are a lot of pieces of Marvel right now that are in complete shambles.
It's so funny that they're like sticking with that so hard. Like they've dropped so many projects. You know? Like they like really want this to happen for some reason.
And yet the more they want it, the less it's happening. Because they just can't put it together. They can't put it together. I know, right? But this right here, wow. James Gunn is incredible. And I know that the last podcast we had, and I'm sure you listened to it, we had a lot to say of James Gunn's Superman and the costume itself. Do you want to share your thoughts on that? What you thought of our conversation, or do you have any thoughts to add into the costume and how you feel about it? Because you're a big fan of this character as well. Of course, also Superman and Lois, which I would implore everybody on this channel to go watch for its upcoming. Yes, I know.
the trailer dropped for the final season, and I can't believe it. I'm so excited.
Good.
I feel like, I don't know if this is controversial, but I'm more, like, that trailer got me more excited for that than it did for House of the Dragon. Like, when the trailer for House of the Dragon came out.
No, sure. Yeah.
It's just so good. I think that the movie was, like, super well cast. Like, I'm so excited to see what everybody does, what everybody has to bring. Rachael
Brosnahan.
Oh my god. Perfect. Like, have you seen clips of Marvelous Mrs. Maisel?
Yes.
Insane.
Yeah, she's a terrific actress for sure.
Oh my god. I just love everything. I don't care. I love everything already.
Yeah. But like we were saying, I mean, David Cornswet in the suit.
Wow. Amazing.
Like
I think what honestly has me like so excited, aside from everything we just said, because that I feel like just adds to it, is if you have ever heard or know anything about James Gunn, you know that he loves this character. Like, he loves this character so much,
and yet so many really were like, and to this day there's a lot of pushback when you mention his name next to Superman.
Yeah, which I find so strange, because like I feel like obviously, because we do this, I know a lot about the industry and stuff, but that is something that I feel like is very well known, and the fact that people were like, or don't trust him enough to like do this, even if you don't know that he's a Superman fan, like just watching his stuff. I mean, he literally made like an anti Superman, like I don't know.
People, I think, is again low hanging fruit. They know that his films are really comedic in tone. They were like, they didn't want a comedy Superman. And of course, they're idiots because they're missing that all four of those comic book films, The Three Guardians and The Suicide Squad, arguably are among the four best comic book films in terms of heart and sincerity. And that's something Superman needs.
Is. No, that's what Superman is.
Well, yeah, that's what he is, and that's what he wasn't in the Zack Snyder.
So yeah, that is what truly gets me so excited to see this movie and to see what he does with it. Even if it's, we all know who Superman is. We all have seen the millions and millions and millions of things that they've done with him. But to be able to live in a world where we get to see his take, I'm literally so excited.
Yeah. It also makes me wonder something as well. I know that they announced that Andy Muschietti was going to direct the Batman, Brave and the Bold, whatever it was. I doubt that's going to happen because of how bad the Flash bombed last year. What a bad movie. And you know what? I wanted to say this as well. I know that last podcast we had a conversation about like, okay, what recent comic book films can you say that were great? But that also wasn't fair because there were some really good ones as well that got overshadowed. So many people watched The fucking Flash and Quantumania, but nobody watched Fury of the Gods. Nobody watched Blue Beetle, and those are really good movies. And they got dwarfed by fucking, between The Flash and Quantumania, some of the ugliest looking comic book stuff ever put to screen. Seriously. So I have to wonder if there's any chance Gunn even attempts to direct that Batman movie, or he immediately goes into the next. I would prefer, if I had my choice, I would prefer he just do 3 Superman films personally, and give Batman to somebody else.
Yeah.
But while we're on the topic of Batman, Matt Reeves, we're waiting. We're waiting for Robert Pattinson to come back because that is the definition of a, I think, perfect comic book film. Like, seriously.
Yeah. Amazing. I like kind of wish that, you know, that Batman movie would be part of James Gunn's world. But it's
yeah.
But yeah, I do agree that Batman, not that I don't think that he can't do it or he can do it, whatever. I just think that from the Marvel experience, having somebody take control of every project is not the best idea.
Well, I mean,
I'm not trying to say that it's gonna it's happened multiple times.
For sure, but I think that the most extreme case would be Zack Snyder, because they gave him free reign to shape the aesthetic and the vision for a cinematic universe. Mm-hmm. And I think maybe if they had hired the right person, it could have worked.
I honestly don't think so.
You don't think so?
I'll say why. So I mean, I've said this multiple times. I always have liked DC more than Marvel because to me, Marvel feels very cohesive. Like it's like it all belongs in a single world. And I'm not saying that DC doesn't, but DC has, I think, more like you can differentiate. Like who? That's
true.
Yeah, which is true. What I enjoy.
The one thing I will say though is, that cohesiveness starts to, when you think about the MCU, fall apart when you think about, okay, well, what about X-Men? Which is why I think our theory is, well, there are no X-Men in this universe, and we're going to use Secret Wars to erase everything, start all over again, and then bring X-Men back up, right? Because I think that that's the only way you even do it at that point. So but I think I know what you mean. Tonally, DC they have their own worlds, basically, and there's all well-defined and everything. Mm-hmm. You know, that's how we had... I mean, we had Tim Burton and we had Richard Donner, and they were perfect for their versions of those characters. Mm-hmm. And they're like, yeah, that I agree with that tonally anyway. So we're very much looking forward to the Superman, and those comments were amazing. And I wanted to use that obviously to now go back to the question I wanted to ask you: is your overall impressions of what came out of Comic-Con in particular to Marvel Studios, not the least of which includes RDJ back as Doctor Doom. Which I already feel has aged like sour milk, but okay.
It's so funny because the reactions were so bad. Like right away. We saw reactions where people were outside of Hall H and were like, like they didn't know what to say, and I'm in my head. I'm just like, just say that you hate it, like. But yeah, I don't know. I think like my favorite things in Marvel are the Fantastic Four and X-Men. So I am excited for Fantastic Four because I think the cast is really good. We'll see. I don't know. And then with the Doctor Doom stuff, I don't know. It's an interesting choice.
I feel like what was so funny about the immediate aftermath of that announcement is that within 48 hours...
They're going to have Thanos come in to play Galactus.
Maybe, but within 48 hours, people were already using the words desperation.
Yeah, like, which, I don't know. That was crazy. But I was truly surprised by how many people reacted instantly and was like, this is bad. Because that would never happen before.
Because we're used to just like the mindless, just like... Yeah, great. That's what we wanted. Not a negative thing. And then now, like, wait, yeah. And that's how you know, things have soured now, haven't they?
Mm-hmm. It's so funny because I feel like before we would be just like, what's wrong with people? But now it's right.
Like the one, like in the last podcast, I directed people to our post Comic-Con Marvel podcast from 2019. That's when they announced the Disney Plus shows, and that's when they first announced Blade, and we were all like, we were pissed. Like, you guys have no idea. I don't think we've ever been more right.
Yeah.
Because look at where we are right now.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting. We'll be there watching, but we'll see how they pull this off.
So, I'm really curious to hear your thoughts on several things. I want to know what you thought, obviously, of Deadpool and Wolverine. I know that you had very, very positive things to say. But I also know you listened to our conversation, I want to say, when David, Peter, and I talked about it, which is interesting. Because I feel like when I look back on that conversation, I did listen back to it. There was this one instance where I felt like we were going in circles, and I'm like, what are we talking about? Because I think Peter and David were saying the same thing over and over, but it wasn't quite clicking. I feel like I need to clarify a couple of things about my feelings. In retrospect, I didn't mean to suggest that the film was entirely devoid of humor, because that's false. There are many, many instances of great jokes that hit. I think for me specifically, when it comes to the meta-ness, and I know we made a big deal of like how much meta, this much meta, but the meta jokes, in my view, were funnier in Deadpool 2. Like the whole metal arm Winter Soldier thing, or like when Deadpool says, Cable, you're so dark, what are you, from the DC universe? Those ones I think hit a lot more. Or when, who did he say was Black Widow? He called somebody Black Widow. And so those are, I think, to me, they had a little bit more of a, I don't know, an edge to them. But not that they weren't funny here. And the overall jokes, though, I will say were pretty good. Like the one that I had forgotten about, and I told David, like when what happened? Wolverine punched Pyro in the face, saying not everybody gets a speech.
Oh yeah.
That was a really good moment here. Anything with Channing Tatum was so good as Gamma.
That was
so like
so funny.
So it's like I hope I didn't want to suggest that the film was like without humor. It had plenty of humor. But it I think it just left me a little bit turned off in a number of ways, which I feel like I made pretty clear. But at the end of the day, I feel like I was trying to focus on what I liked first, because there was a good deal that I did enjoy. But if I'm going to be honest, I feel like, and in the coming weeks, I want to say Halle Berry and other people have come out and say that they weren't asked to be in this movie. But I feel like it was appropriate for them to be in this movie. Because I feel like if you're going to be a movie that says goodbye to this era of Fox, Marvel movies, I think this would have been more meaningful than in Secret Wars, where I don't know how much screen time they're going to get, quite frankly, with you. So honestly, I was waiting for Ian McKellen to come back, and Patrick Stewart, and Halle Berry, and all of them, because I want to see them come back. And in the time that I mentioned in that podcast, I did go back and watch Logan.
Would you have wanted Halle Berry as Catwoman?
That would have been funny. But to be honest with you, that's the equivalent of like Elektra coming back, and that's exactly what happened. So we'll see about that. But those old movies are so good. People forget how good they are. X-Men and X2 are like, whoa, so just, which I said last time. So I feel ultimately where I come from is, I think Kevin Feige has just lost the juice. And and again, you could say, well, Ryan Reynolds definitely was the more creative force behind this. Yeah, I get that, sure. But there were a number of areas where I felt it didn't quite get there for me, in terms of what I would have wanted. And this for sure, and to be fair, this was advertised as a Deadpool and Wolverine movie. But my initial thoughts when I walked out of that movie theater was like, I think I would have just rather prefer an actual Deadpool 3, like with his group of characters. And I did miss the family that he made at the end of Deadpool 2. I liked Domino. I liked Cable. I liked the kid. I would have loved to have seen more of Colossus and Negasonic Teenage Warhead and Kurika and all of them in Yukio, I mean. So, the fact that they weren't really in the movie.
The joke of
it was so funny. Yeah, right? And so like I would have wanted to see more of them be in the actual film. Instead, it was more so of like a spinoff with Deadpool and Wolverine, and I get that, sure. But yeah. So then the ball gets tossed over to you. Your overall thoughts on the film, and then your thoughts on the conversation we had. Because I feel like some things we kind of understood our points of view, but there were other instances, and I wasn't quite the part of the conversation that I felt we couldn't quite cross was this whole thing of like first the meta-ness, and then the overall creative or the character choices.
I feel from listening to your guys' conversation, it's clear that like we are not gonna change your guys' mind, and like you guys are not gonna change our minds. It's very much just like what you guys like and what we like and what we're fine with.
And that's okay. There's not an issue with that whatsoever. We don't all have to agree, and we never have agreed on everything from the very beginning. We point out when
we do, because it's rare.
I mean, remember when we first started doing these podcasts regularly, you guys were like really into the Zack Snyder stuff. I don't think I ever was.
That too, like our opinions change about things over time. Like I
gave Deadpool 2 kind of a lackluster review when we first did this. And I love that film so much more now. Where I'm like,
so there's so many things that like go into play. Yeah. For me, the first thing I'll start off with is
correct the record, Alexis. Yes, that's what I was going to say. Yeah,
go ahead. It's not X-Men, but it is my favorite superhero movie. So this was like, obviously going into it, I knew Wolverine was going to be in it, but then you bring out everything else that has to do with the X-Men. I ate it all up. Like, and that's just, again, because I love that movie so
Which was, much. All the little cameos, right?
And and then also bring in the fact that they fight to a Grease song. Please,
that's right. Please. That's right.
Like,
I'm
automatically sold. Like,
you're the one that I want.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, like, with me, you kind of have to keep that in mind, cause...
No, for sure.
But...
By the way, do you remember that moment years ago when Peter asked you about Grease, and he opened it? I'm going to ask you a really sexist question.
Yes.
Remember that? When it was like, why does every female like Grease? That's what he asked. Just wanted to remind you of that.
I forgot about that. So, yeah, and I think David said it before, like, we were fine with, the cameos, the meta-ness, but I have seen this movie twice, and we did go see it with people that have never seen an X-Men movie.
Oh.
Don't know the whole thing about Fox. So, this movie is not for everybody, which I think is ultimately what doesn't make it good.
It's the overall balance, right? Very clearly with Deadpool 3 is they were going more meta. Yeah. And there was a lot more jokes about the Fox Disney acquisition.
Yeah. There was a lot. And it was like, I wish I kind of wouldn't have been talking during the movie, because I was explaining as we went along. And it was like constant, like, this is what this means, this is what this means, this is what this means, and then at the end she literally was like, if it wasn't for you, I honestly wouldn't know what was going on. So I'm not saying I think it's bad. I thought it was really good, but because I had all this background knowledge, so that was
that's where it can be a little bit too much inside baseball.
Yeah, and then as far as, like, how it fits into the Deadpool trilogy, I can't really say because I haven't watched the first two in a really long time. So I remember, like, the bits and pieces, but I I do need to rewatch them in order to kind of be like, okay.
Did we not all watch Deadpool together for the first time? I think we have an After Dark on this channel about that. I think we did
watch the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I honestly think I haven't watched it since then.
Yeah, well,
fully all the way through.
Right.
Because they play it on TV all the time. But I think like all the way through it's been since then. So when I kind of talk about this movie, you have to keep that in mind, because the thing that I didn't enjoy about the movie was the Vanessa stuff.
In Deadpool 3?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, I guess how you said, like, I wish it was 2 movies, where one was, like, his story and with that timeline, or with that story, because I do remember, obviously, like, enjoying that side of the movie.
Yeah.
And then do Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah.
But, yeah, other than that, bring back the X-Men.
Because, I mean, look, the one thing everybody, even the people who destroyed and eviscerated this movie, and it's really interesting how this one got so much, like, hatred. Like, far more hatred than I think anything else recently.
And I don't think it was deserved, because I think...
Not really.
Like,
no.
I know, I can't remember if in your guys' review you guys were talking about the Logan stuff. I personally think that they did pretty good with that. Like, I enjoyed, you know, that they... half of this movie was them talking and praising Logan, you know, which I enjoyed and I thought it was funny. But again, going with people who have never watched the movie, you're like, what the fuck is going on? Why is Wolverine just bones? I thought he didn't die. Like, what? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so, there's a lot to catch up on. But everything about Wolverine in this movie,
I thought was so good.
Even people who hate this movie were like, well, Hugh Jackman gave it his all.
Yeah.
And he was really good in the movie.
Yeah. Oh my god, the moments where they're fighting in front of the Fox sign, and he plunged it. Oh, I literally got chills. I was so... I almost stood up. I was so pumped. I was so excited. Even watching the second time.
The equivalent of dropping your Pop-Tart?
Yes.
For those of you who are not aware of, we're talking about in our canon of Red Spotlight. When she watched BVS, she dropped her Pop-Tart during what moment?
When the Justice League came out.
Oh yeah. I can't believe you dropped your Pop-Tart.
Again, when I was hopeful.
Right.
But yeah, that was amazing. I thought that was even better than when he put the mask on.
The cowl.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because we had never seen that before. Yeah. That was amazing.
My moment of the movie was when he shut him the fuck up. Before the fight in the Honda Odyssey.
I love that fight. And then when they fight all the Deadpools, I thought that was funny too. And the music was so good.
The Madonna
all
remix.
Of it.
Yeah.
Even like the songs in between. Like when they're driving in the car. But yeah, I mean, I feel like you guys kind of said it all. And I did like a comment that Peter said, which I agree, but still enjoy.
You still enjoy it, but you agree with the point.
Yeah. Which is the breaking of the wall. Whatever number wall.
Oh, the fourth wall.
The fourth wall.
Breaking the fourth wall, yeah.
How he said that only Deadpool is the one to do that, and
not everybody else in the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That I thought was like, oh, okay. I agree.
You're right here.
You're right. But yeah. I don't know. I still loved it. I think I love all the X-Men stuff. I love it. And then I did like Electro coming back. I loved what's the guy's name?
Wesley Snipes as Blade.
Uh-huh.
And then Channing Tatum as Gambit.
Oh my god. I honestly was so sad, like, remembering that he didn't get his movie.
Yeah.
He was so good. Like, his fighting, it looked amazing. But, when Blade made that joke of, and I'll only ever be the only Blade, or something like that. That one was funny.
I think he might be right.
Yeah.
At this point, where we are right now.
But and then the moment that they brought, I actually don't know the character of his name, so I think that's just Frog.
Is it Lizard or Toad?
Toad. When they brought him on, he's like my favorite character in the movie.
Oh, really?
I love him. So to have him there, like, out of all the characters, they made him like not a main villain, but like a pretty big one. I was eating it up.
Yeah.
Oh, and then Emma, I thought she was pretty good.
Emma Corrin always delivers like a performance.
Yeah.
I
wish that they didn't kill her off, because I feel like she would be kind of interesting to have like in and out. Mm-hmm. But I thought she did pretty good. She was like creepy and like, I don't know, sassy.
I thought the effect that was cool when she would put her fingers in the head, that was a really good effect.
And like how sassy she was. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good. Any thoughts on the Chris Evans?
Oh, that was good. That was really good. That did take me by surprise.
They were like queuing up the Avengers Assemble, and then like flame on, like what?
Yeah. Oh, and the joke of him bringing up Thor hugs me. Why did Thor hug me?
Yeah.
That was kind of funny.
I wonder if that's gonna have a payoff.
I know, probably not. But I thought it was funny.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like there were parts I enjoyed, but there were also parts that left me wanting a lot more. And when I'm thinking about the recent Marvel movies, I'll be honest with you. I feel like the Marvels from last year was kind of a train wreck, but it was a fun train wreck, I gotta tell you. Like, there was actually some goofy, dumb shit that was happening there, and it kind of, for whatever reason, was like, David and I were like, wow, that was bad, but we were really entertained. Mm-hmm. It was like, okay, it was interesting. Maybe we'll do a reaction or a commentary on that one at that point. But it was, whatever, but it was some moments that were fun. But I don't know. I feel like I have enjoyed a lot of the movies that people haven't. Like, the ones that people like to attack, which is so dumb to me, because I feel like for a lot of Marvel fans, the one that was like the one that broke the straw that broke the camel's back. No, Love and Thunder. Oh. People really hate Love and Thunder, and I'm like, well, I can understand, I guess, but like, Black Widow's right there.
Yeah.
Quantumania is right there. What are you doing and going after Love and Thunder?
Yeah.
Like, the one movie, and I'll be serious with you. I think the one movie where that was actually going for genuine themes.
Yeah.
And arcs. I'm sorry. I'm a Love and Thunder apologist. I'm also an Eternals apologist. Like, oh.
Whatever. People are coming around to it, but very, very slowly. I need people to pick it up.
Like with S.H.I.E.L.D., it'll take a decade. Or plus it'll do. Watch there. But also, I'm an apologist for Multiverse of Madness with the sound off. Or with the dialogue turned off and the score there.
I'm not. I'm sorry.
It's not a good movie. But the way the camera moves and the they're cool. They're cool moments. That's what it is. There's some moments in there, but the movie, not great, not good really. Because also how they do Wanda, oof. No.
They have the Wanda statue here.
Yay. Anyway, I do feel a little bit like, why didn't they do a Superman panel?
The movie?
Yeah. At Comic-Con, I mean. Because, like, I know that they just finished filming, but, like, it's going to come out before next year's Comic-Con, I think. This would have been an interesting opportunity. No, I don't think did they? I didn't hear anything.
Maybe not, because they barely did anything for Superman and Lillis too.
That's weird.
Did DC have anything? No.
No.
Oh, then that's probably why. They're probably waiting until next year.
But they could have just done Superman.
Yeah.
The companion just for Super. I don't know. It was really overall not that much going on there. Anyway, did you? Well, I guess we'll get into it. So moving from one convention to the next. Now we're going on to D23. And, there was a lot of baggage going into this from the last couple of ones.
Yeah. There really was, though.
Yeah, for various different reasons. I think more so than anything, the parks division had a lot more baggage going into it than the movies. But also the movies, the thing is this. You could also say the movies had baggage in terms of like there being a couple of years in a row where, especially, they came off their worst year last year with 2023. When almost every movie beside one, which was Guardians 3, really underperformed. But then, of course, they come back this year with Inside Out and Deadpool and Wolverine. So they kind of were riding a little bit of a high going into it this year. But and I feel like there's a disclaimer. I should say that no matter what they would have announced, I think the general rules still apply in that the majority of us, myself included, are very much against the ideology of Bob Iger just sequeling everything and hoping that it'll fix everything. To his credit, though, if you look what just transpired in these last few weeks, you can see the rationale for itself. $2 billion films in the span of 3 months, where they just went off of a year, not a single one was able to cross that threshold. I mean, you can kind of see the rationale there. But we just feel even more now than it was criticized in the 2010s. Right now in the 2020s, it just feels like we've reached too many steps far beyond, I think, the natural stopping point of this kind of craze, and that there needed to be the turning of the page to something new, original, and creative. And for many years, part of the baggage that we as Red Spotters bring into this is the complete neglect and abuse, really, of the Pixar animation studio, and then also the absolute trash talking. I mean, Bob Iger basically made Pete Docter debase himself, and kind of throw Luca, Turning Red, Soul under the bus, and moving away and going out of their way to advertise that they're going to move away from autobiographical stories and more into concepts and ideas that everyone's going to like. Plus, when you mix that in with the sequel craze, in recent months, I shouldn't have to remind people that Bob Iger made a decision to transform the 6-episode Moana TV series into Moana 2. And then, of course, there were all these rumored, not rumored, they had already confirmed a long time ago, Frozen 3, Toy Story 5, Zootopia 2, all these different things. And it just felt like we've moved past this. At least I thought we did. Mm-hmm. Some of us, I think, have. And I think there's not as much enthusiasm as there was for these kind of sequels as there was 10 years ago. But at the same time, when you look at the box office, there's a very different story that it's telling you. And from a bottom line perspective of making money, you understand why Bob Iger is taking this approach, because it just seems to be the only thing that works. So, on top also of the fact that the majority of the films,
I wouldn't say it's the only thing that works, because I feel like they weren't given a chance.
No. You're correct. I should clarify. The sequels are the ones that work the best for what they want. They want billion-dollar movies, and the rationale is sequels are going to be a guaranteed success of billion-dollar films. But I would also say, well, at some point you're gonna run out of shit, which is why you need to stress the original stuff, because Inside Out 2 would not have made $1 billion if it wasn't for the genius and success of Inside Out 1. That's just how it works. These live action remakes wouldn't have made as much money as they did if it wasn't for the fact that the original versions of those animated movies were such big cultural icons. So it's like everything that you're making is dependent on a pre-existing thing. And if you're not generating enough new content, you're going to run out of this stuff at some point. But generally speaking, maybe it wouldn't be that big of a deal if these movies were made really well. And not everything is the same situation, right? But there's been, I think, a lot more bad movies than good movies that have come out when you combine Marvel, the live action unit, Lucasfilm. They don't have movies anymore, but whatever. Lucasfilm, Disney Animation has not been hot lately. They're coming off of Strange World and Wish. I forgot it even. Yeah, that was not good. I didn't see it. I forgot it existed, which is also not very good. So it's like, Pixar has had some misses too. We had a big bomb with Lightyear. So it's like they've taken on a lot of hits, and they've just not been good projects and not been good stories. So from my perspective, our group here has had a lot of baggage going into this. And so, we try to keep an open mind about these things, but I feel it's important for me to stress that, it's hard to do that when there is such little faith in the studio. I mean, just later this year, we're going to get Mufasa the Lion King. Which, what even is that? And who even cares? And how bad was that trailer? And how ugly does it look?
The trailer, or like the story, would have been better if it wasn't a Lion King movie. Because I think that the story might be decent, but on its own.
Yeah, no. Not great. So, we've been burned many, many times. I mean, there has yet to be a single live action remake that we feel is good, beside, I think, maybe Cinderella.
I love Cinderella. And Cruella.
You see? Oh, but do we consider that a remake?
No, I guess not.
I think it's its own thing.
I feel like it is.
I mean, giving credit where credit is due, I think both Cruella and the Jungle Cruise from recent years were a lot better. They were a lot better. Also, throw in their Mary Poppins Return. So, you know what? Every now and then they have some movies that end up working
look at how
well.
spaced out they are.
They really are.
We'll see. Yeah. The Snow White trailer, I think, was...
Oh my god, I forgot it even existed. Was it... I didn't see it. What was it, bad? I hear
she
it's bad.
Sounds amazing, and I feel like they changed her dress because I really like how it looks on her, and I love how she looks. Like, I truly do, and she sounds amazing. There's like little snippets of I forgot the name of the song, but there's like little parts that she sings, but I can't get over the heavy CGI. It just looks so ugly to me. Like, Wicked, I'm excited for the movie, but I hate how that CGI stuff looks. Like, I really can't stand it.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about Wicked. I was, like, confused. What do you mean Wicked? It's talking about the character from Star Wars? No, the freaking musical. Yeah, I get what you're saying there.
Yeah, I can't, like...
enough with it.
It's just like, if you're literally going to make everything fake, what's the point? Like, I don't understand. It looks ugly. And I hate that. I hate it because they work so hard to make the animated movies look beautiful. And then we get this, and people eat it up. And I'm like, whatever.
It happens every time. It literally happens every time. I mean, look at no one talks about it, but I mean, there've been some really horrendous execute. I mean, you can make an argument that most of them are horrendous, but there are different tiers of how bad they are. Like the Robert Zemeckis Pinocchio movie that came out 2 years ago.
I honestly haven't even seen it. You know what movie
don't.
like tried to block out of my head? The Peter Pan movie. That one literally pissed me off.
Oh, Peter Pan and Wendy. I forgot about that.
It pissed me off. There was another one.
But Alexis, can I just ask, like, isn't it just pretty fucking like depressing how many of these we've done already, and how like maybe one or two have worked, and how no one at Disney sees that.
Because
like no one at Disney, like,
people go and watch them anyways. Like it's so funny because people are like, oh, you know, they listen to the fans. Like, da, 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 da. No, they don't. They listen to the money that you give them. So
to just make like trash movie after trash movie, and I mean specifically the live action remake adaptations.
Yeah.
Speaking of, and you have to really wonder, but to me anyway, I pray and I hope this is the moment it jumps the shark, to the point where people are like, okay, we've crossed the line here. That Stitch thing.
I honestly don't want to see it. I know I'm going to, but he doesn't look bad. I don't care about the color, whatever. Like, it's literally getting made. I feel like that's the worst part. But I don't know. Like, I feel like it's the same as Lion King being made. Like, Lion King was their, like, crown and jewel. And Lilo and Stitch, I think, is such a special movie.
Yeah.
In a different level.
It's their most beloved film of that whole decade that it came out. It's not even close. It's their most
beloved film, I think, like, in general.
Yeah.
'Cause, yeah, Lion King was big, and Lion King made a lot of movie. But people love Lilo and Stitch. I don't know. That it honestly rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah.
And not in like a normal, like, oh, they
not in the usual way.
Yeah.
Not in
like
the usual
this
way.
One is different.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. Like I said, it's just such a special movie, and the fact that like they're just doing this to make money, which I know it's the point of everything, but it's just like icky.
Yeah.
Like,
I also I forgot
they were so. I think like all of the animated films are made in such a genuine way, and these don't feel that way, which I think is like ultimately the downfall of all of them. But this one's like this one's so different.
It very much is so, and I also wanted to say that in the time that we were talking about this, my mind, it's like Inside Out, the core memory. It just reminded me a little bit that there was a Haunted Mansion movie that came out last year.
I forgot about that.
But do you see how like fucking terrible and forgettable most of the movies that they make have been? That's why it's like when we say there is so much baggage that we bring into this, so should you. You should too, and remind yourselves of how underwhelming and downright terrible the vast majority of their output has been for many years now. I don't know why you would take... I mean, there are plenty of creatives left in the company throughout the various studios that you can have faith in, and that's fine and everything. But there's just been so much turmoil and drama, and a lot of just reminders that so many of the people that are in charge have the wrong set of priorities. Mm-hmm. Anything that comes out of Marvel, I write off. Why? Because Kevin Feige is in charge, and he's ruining it all. So I'm like, well, I'd like to be excited for a Fantastic Four, but I can't, because Kevin Feige, for one's in charge, and he also hired a TV director to do it. Oh, okay. Well, I already know how it's going to turn out. It's not going to be great. All right? Get the fuck away from me. That's one. Two, I'd like to be excited for a Pixar movie in the next few years, but they're all going to be sequels. that don't need to exist. So that's a big knock
Elio
against it.
Is still coming out.
But that's well, wait, don't get hey for the sequels. Don't need to exist. And but then also the comments that they made P. Doctor say about like the autobiographical and by the way,
I had to explain that to somebody recently.
Oh man,
it literally broke my heart. Like I wanted to cry talking about it.
I thought to me it was pretty freaking comical, and I think not only did it sum up the really bad situation that Pixar finds itself in, but it also, I think, sums up the bad situation that Disney continues to just dig the hole even deeper, in that they just simply don't understand, right? While P. Doctor was at D23, he made a comment that I think perfectly encapsulated the entire convention and the entire state where we are with Disney. And one that I think just like, while he's telling this story to the audience, they laugh, like, isn't that funny that he said something like that? All the while, it just seemed like everybody missed the goddamn point. And like, you're not being able to read the room. And it's just a really bad situation overall. And that is when Pete Docter shared to the crowd at D23 that once he asked the greatest single animation director of all time, and I would also say to me, one of the best directors of all time, Hayao Miyazaki, that once he asked him about how he basically makes his movies, right? And whether or not he takes the time to take into account the audience, right? And basically, what ended up being said there was something that was far too illuminating, that many of the people, including Doctor, honestly, and the whole of Disney, just completely don't know what to make of it. So Doctor shared he once had a conversation with Hayao Miyazaki, asking the creator of his movies, when do you make changes for you, and when do you make changes for the audience? In response, Miyazaki stated, I never think about the audience. I never think about the audience. And that, in contrast to a convention and all these studios who are mandated by their Disney overlord company, that above everything else is the complete opposite of that mantra, where it goes from I never think about the audience to we always have to think about the audience, and you can never think about what you want to do as a creative. All the while, another creator who I love, I know you don't necessarily vibe because, you don't really care for Avatar, and that's fine. But James Cameron was there to promote Avatar 3. And I think he also shared some comments that I think were kind of like, once again, going over people's heads. And I don't think he meant it as a personal dig against anybody, but I just feel like because of who he is and in the comments that he makes, he understands, I think, what a story needs. So they announced that Avatar 3 Fire and Ash is going to come out on December 19th, 2025. That's just next year, which is a pretty great turnaround because the previous gap was like 16 years between Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 The Way of Water. So pretty good for James Cameron for actually, staying, I guess, on time as much as you can be for one of these movies. But while he was there on stage and how he was talking about the film, what is that he said? He said that the third film has more emotional stakes than ever before, and he adds that there will be new cultures, biomes, and settings in Pandora never seen before, and then this is what he said. It's not what you expect, but it's what you want. And this kind of attitude, I think, is something that more Disney needs to listen to. And I think John DeLillo, who also shared this this quote, said, "It's not what you expect, but it's what you want." No one is doing it like him. Screw your expectations, trust him, and come along for the ride. And I feel the company of Disney right now, they've just turned themselves completely over to, if anything, just being too online and listening too much to what fans of all of these properties have to say. Like, they all knew The Last Jedi was a strong film, and they had such immense confidence in it. And then it came out. What they didn't see coming was the divisiveness nature of the movie. And I have to say, a big part of that divisiveness all these years later happens to be because a substantial part of the fan base was openly sexist and racist, and also just dumb and stupid and just doesn't understand the what Star Wars is. And I'm not saying that if you don't like the movie, you're that. There are plenty of people who don't like the movie and do not fall into any of those categories. But a good sliver of Star Wars fans at the time, and maybe still to this day, were that way, and they were the loudest voices in the room. And Disney cowered in that. And then when you watched the next Star Wars film, there were plenty of decisions that were made that, while J.J. Abrams can claim that's just what he wanted to do, and he loves The Last Jedi, I mean, the fact that one of the characters that these loud voices were so much, critical of, had only 90 seconds of screen time in the following film, I'm sorry, that just speaks for itself. So they're way too wishy-washy. They're way too reactionary. I mean, hell, Bob Iger in recent months, I think it was in the last few weeks, if not the previous year, where he basically went and somehow validated the anti-woke movement, saying that maybe we're focusing way too much on the messaging in our movies. So that's where the company is. And I'm sorry to say, when you're in that situation, when you validated these people who, quite frankly, have no business being recognized, much less listened to, when you're in this place where maybe we'll make 1 or 2 original projects every 5 years, for the most part it's going to be, sequel, spin-off, prequel, you have no goodwill. There's just nothing for us in this group anyway to look at you and say that you don't even have the right priorities. You don't have the right interests. You literally have all the worst instincts in creating projects that most likely are going to result in disposable hunks of garbage that no one will remember a year from that. I mean, right now, it even just happened. We just forgot that there was a Haunted Mansion that came out last year. We're going to get 10 more of those as a result of this convention. So that's why it's just like an overwhelmingly icky, just depressing situation. And I know you said in the comments, Alexis, that, well, I expected that to be the case because it's just been that way for years. I don't really care anymore about the movies because they just haven't been that great in a long time now. That being said, the only thing, I just thought it was funny that James Cameron was there saying those comments, while everything else around him was like diametrically opposed to even just that statement. And it was so funny to me how someone, I thought it was funny. They shared an image of a Tesla, I think, in a trailer park, and said that was the equivalent of James Cameron's presentation at D23.
That's so funny.
It was pretty fucking savage. And I do hope you see The Way of Water, because I think The Way of Water changed how I felt overall about Avatar, because I think it was just so much better movie, and it had the emotional stuff that made me more invested in the world. and also in what James Cameron sees in it. And others have made this point too. James Cameron, worked his way up in this industry from being, one of these VFX people and into being a filmmaker. He made, great films, action movies, big blockbusters. And now he's at the point of his career where he is going to spend the rest of his life making these movies, but they're all an original creation by him.
Yeah.
And they're all making so much money. And that's such a rare thing to see.
Yeah.
And they make so much money that Bob Iger considers it a legitimate franchise, to the point where they're now going to make more than one Avatar experience at a theme park.
That's crazy. Yeah.
So, yeah. And then was there anything else that I missed that's worth talking about as far as the movies are concerned at the D23 panel that I missed? I know that there was Tron, but then
I was so sad. And it's so funny because the next day, my cousin, the one that I told you was a big Nine Inch Nails fan, I told her, I'm like, oh, Nine Inch Nails is going to do the music for Tron this time. And they're like, Tron? And I'm like, yeah, Tron. And they're like, oh my god. And the same thing, but Jared Leto is starting. Oh god. That's such a bummer.
Because he's a well-known jinx.
Still have a chance, man. Damn.
Jared Leto's a fucking jinx. I'm sorry. He just is. Like, why would you hire him after Morbius?
No.
After Morbius, of all things.
After everything. I don't know.
No, everything for sure. But I mean, that was the icing on the cake.
Yeah. There is a show. Actually, okay, there's two things that I'm like, The Agatha show, the trailer looked kind of cool, or they made the trailer look kind of cool. But we'll see. And there is the first series for Pixar coming out on Disney Plus, which I'm interested in seeing. I'm a big Disney TV animation fan. I love Big City Greens.
Yes. There was a rumor they were gonna bring back Gravity Falls. That didn't happen.
Gravity Falls. I
don't think
I didn't hear about that, but also a big fan of Gravity Falls.
Right.
All those types of shows, I really enjoy. So we'll see Pixar's take on it. I'm excited about that. But they also did announce that they're doing the Inside Out series.
Yeah.
But we'll see, I guess. We'll see.
Yeah, there was more stuff that I forgot about. That's worth talking about here. I guess we'll see how Frozen 3 turns out, but I'm not psyched about the idea of it being sold as a part 1.
Oh.
That was
I didn't
really
know about that.
No,
because I really liked Frozen 2. I mean, there's
I did.
multiple videos about Frozen 2.
Right.
Which we all enjoyed. But it just...
Of course, we're excited for Andor. That Ben Mendelsohn's going to come on the show for season 2.
Yes,
so,
Andor.
Right, Andor's. But also, I can't believe they're having a fucking Mandalorian movie.
I block anything Mandalorian out.
Yeah. Well, John DeLillo tweeted, having James Cameron come on stage and talk about Avatar for 5 minutes before pivoting back to the Dave Filoni cameo hour is such an insane whiplash.
I know.
But they confirmed that Zeb will appear in the Mandalorian. Who cares? Who cares? That's how you're selling your movie already by beginning with the... Oh my god, you see?
Nothing on Ahsoka?
No, good. We'll see how long that we can survive that. Pixar's big announcement was The Incredibles 3.
Oh, yeah. I'm so sad. That's so... Because The Incredibles is my favorite Pixar movie.
So... and for those of you who are not aware, it's really hard to get interested in this when Incredibles 2 dropped the ball so badly.
I did like Incredibles 2, but it now... I know you're going to be like, oh, I knew from the beginning.
No, I'm not going to say that. No, I enjoyed it too. I enjoyed the movie when it came out.
It feels now like, wait, but they could have done so much better.
I feel like Incredibles 2, in many ways, was like one of those movies that comes out, people are like, that was good, that was really good, and then no one talks about it ever again. Mm-hmm. So that's your preview of how 3 will be received. So you can just write that one off. I mean, you can say that there's hope, but I mean, realistically, we're not going to get that movie until like 6 or 7 years from now. Because it didn't even give it a release date.
I don't think it was at D23, but didn't they say some... Oh, and the news about the National Treasure movie came out? That
it did?
Nicolas Cage might come out in it, and I'm pumped. I don't think it came out during D23. I think it was like something else. And something about Sky High recently
I did see that Ryan Reynolds was trying to get Nicolas Cage to come back for Deadpool as Johnny Blaze. Mm-hmm. Right, Johnny Blaze? That's the yeah.
Oh,
right?
I don't know his name.
No, or Ghost Rider, whatever it is.
Yeah. I don't know his name.
Just, I think Blaze and I think of freaking the Flaming Torch. And I'm like, that's the wrong character.
The Human Torch.
The Human Torch.
The Flaming Torch.
Sorry. And then this one's Toy Story 5. What do you think of the idea? Before we even do it, because there's a lot of baggage with this, and we're gonna get into it. But like, do we? So this is what it says: Toy Story 5 will see Woody, Buzz, Jessie tackling what kids are obsessed with today, electronics, says director Andrew Stanton.
I would have been okay with them continuing doing all of the Toy Story shorts. Because I watch all of them, and they're great. But they need to stop. This feels like maybe it's not a good comparison, but it feels like the Fast and Furious movies, but worse.
This is the one that makes me legitimately angry and afraid. And I think it's even more fresh because I just watched all 4 of them again. Because I was doing my Pixar rewatch. So there is so much wrong with this. Like, you don't even know where to begin. Like, the fact that Andrew Stanton went up there. Look, Andrew Stanton has been part of the brain trust for the Toy Story films from the very beginning. Like, he's contributed to the writing of all of the 4 movies. And I believe he saved Toy Story 4, for me anyway. I think he can't, because after Toy Story 4, there was a point where it might not have been saved at all. Because remember the drama that happened? Well, first, Lasseter was supposed to direct the movie. But then Rashida Jones came in, and then she left, and then she made all these accusations about how, they're not creatively respectful of different voices, which then caused Toy Story 4 to be delayed. And when it was delayed, John Lasseter, I think, stepped away from it before the allegations of sexual misconduct and harassment came out. I think Josh Cooley came on to direct, and Andrew Stanton came on to co-write the screenplay. And because that happened, that forced Brad Bird basically to... Brad Bird lost a whole year of production time with Incredibles 2. So they made him move up, because Incredibles 2 was supposed to come out 2019. They made him move it up to 2018 because they needed more time to figure out and how to save Toy Story 4. No, I knew this recently because I saw a video, and the video had a whole bunch of like clips from press conferences and interviews, and so he said this. So I'm sure that contributed, I would say, overall to Incredibles 2 being very much not that great. Because they lost a whole year of production. I mean,
which you feel it. Like, I literally just said it could have... It felt like it was meant to be better.
And I felt it was so stupid, too, because there was no need for that. And I think because in 2017, they had 2 Pixar films. I would have just delayed Cars 3, because Cars 3 came out 2017. We'll just move it to 2018, and then Coco can still release at the end of 2017. If you're insistent on having one Pixar movie every year, that's what you should have done. Yeah. Instead of having to... But then the Incredibles 2 would have come out 2020, but then no, then it would have come out 2022, or maybe it would have been a direct-to-Pixar release. Who knows? Which that would have been funny. A direct-to-Disney Plus, I should say, release. That would have been funny if that, different reality. But I remain, and I perhaps will be the sole voice on this in this group to say that to sing the praises of Toy Story 4. I feel they were able to make some real magic work out of nothing, and I also understand that a lot of people felt like it didn't feel like a complete Toy Story film because really it was more of a Woody movie and it didn't really focus on any of the other characters. And I understand those voices and I understand those concerns. Personally, to me, he's always been the main character. Not that Buzz was not. He is also a main character, as is Jesse and the other ones. But for me, he was always the main character of this franchise. So I feel like, well, yeah, that would make sense that it would be more singularly focused on him. But we're also bringing back a character we have and actually giving her a character with Bo Peep. So I don't want to relitigate Toy Story 4, but I will say my perspective is a lot of people, I don't think, liked a lot of the choices that were made in that film. And I don't want to demean or belittle anybody's point of view, but I just think from where I'm standing, I feel like they made a lot of challenging decisions that people just didn't want to entertain. Like the whole notion of the toys not being in it as much. Jesse not being in it as much. I know people had issues with Buzz. Personally, I always thought he was that dumb, but we're not going to relitigate that because I think people will push back hardly on that assertion that Buzz was smarter than that way. Fine. I'm not going to argue that. Let's just not. But what was not in question was the idea that, and you felt it in the marketing, and you felt it in the screenplay, and in the overall positioning of finality in the movie. There was no question at the time, everybody involved, from Andrew Stanton to Josh Cooley to Pixar to Tom Hanks and Tim Allen, this is it. This is the last one. That finale of the movie was like, with the score building up to the infinity and beyond, and then the emotional clip, that was it. Woody left to go have a life of his own and finally, find happiness elsewhere. That was the end of the story. What did Andrew Stanton say to sell Toy Story 4? Well, Toy Story 3 was the ending of Andy's time with the toys. Toy Story 4 will be the ending of Woody. And we all kind of rolled our eyes at the time, but you know what? I and a lot of others felt, okay, sure, we'll buy it, and it worked. But that was it. You tempted fate way too many times. That's it. There's no reason to come back and do it again. You've already said goodbye twice with 3 and 4. So to entertain a fifth one, what are you thinking? And so now we're here, and we're at this D23 panel, and they come out, and they present this artwork and the premise for the fifth film. As if the fourth film didn't happen. Now, I get that some of you who hate the fourth one will be like, well, yay, we can negate the fourth one never happened. But that's even worse. Because it only further reaffirms how uncommitted anybody that works for Disney, or Mickey Mouse, quite frankly, is committed to an ending of any kind. And this is the one that feels the most personal. Because you've not only said goodbye once, but twice. But here we are, and him walking out there and saying, well, Toy Story 5 will follow Woody, Buzz, and Jesse. Whoa. Wait a minute. What do you mean Woody? We just said goodbye to Woody. What do you mean they said goodbye to each other. That was a final event there. What do you mean you're going to begin all nonchalantly selling this film as if the event of the last movie didn't even happen? If you're going to do a 5 at all, make Buzz and Jessie the main characters. Maybe it can work then. And
I feel like that would work because
right,
it's Buzz's story in the first one.
Right. So yeah, with the premise, right, of technology, of something replacing him, basically, right? That he replaced Woody as like the favorite. Mm-hmm. Now a technology would replace the toys overall as a favorite, and Buzz, and maybe they'll play with that in 5, but. That it gets me so angry, the fact that we're already beginning it, we're selling the film, and we're not going to acknowledge Woody is just back. What do you mean he's just back? And Bonnie's going to like, wait, you're here? I thought I lost you like years ago. Like, what are you doing here all out of nowhere? On top of the fact, when you look at that artwork, you see Woody, Jessie, Bullseye, Forky, Buzz, Ham, Rex, and Slinky Dog. Where's Bo Peep? What are you trying to say here? Is she not going to be in this movie? Because that's what that's communicating to me. Oh, that what is Woody on vacation from Bo Peep and he's just visiting the toys room? Is that what's happening? Like, you're breaking everything. Like, you're going back on your word several times over to the point where this is not making any sense anymore. And then even worse than that, I'm not saying the premise of this film isn't worth exploring or bad. It's actually quite interesting. But the fact that we're positioning these characters out of their arcs for the sake of having them in this movie is not good to begin with. And then he ends the presentation by saying that we're going to have, what does he say? A bunch of rogue Buzz Lightyears that are going to be programmed to destroy or chase down the main characters. And I'm like, what is this movie? This just reeks of something that was born out of a necessity, not of anything organic. Why? Because Pixar, I think, was more than comfortable to say goodbye to these characters 5 years ago, right? Was that when 2019 was 5 years ago? Like, we all said goodbye to them. It even won an Academy Award and it made $1 billion. It felt like the perfect place to just be done with Toy Story movies, or at least with Woody. But now that you're bringing him back, and then you mix it with these ideas, and it just feels like I think we've run the course way too many times, and this might be the instance where the House of Cards begins to collapse. Alexis, I know I talked for a lot about this, but I take it very personally because Woody, to me, one of my favorite characters of all time. He literally grew up with me. Or I grew up with him, I should say. And I've always considered him like this friend, imaginary or otherwise, that was just there through literally every stage of my life. Why 4 resonated with me so much was because the arc that he had was what I was going through at that specific point in time. So it means a lot to me, this character and that movie, obviously. So having this now happen feels like kind of a betrayal. A betrayal of trust and a betrayal of just everything. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's how, like, I feel like overall the reaction is negative because even just like regular people that don't follow a lot of Disney are asking that same question. Why is Woody there? What's happening? And it's the same people that asked the question when the 4th one came out. I thought that was the ending. What's happening? Why are you ruining it? And I feel like, I know that you really like the 4th one, but I feel like the overall
No, the overall consensus was that it was not necessary and that it should have ended with 3. And people, even those who like the 4th one, will continue to say, I liked the movie, it was good, and it wasn't, but it was more of an epilogue than it was a part 4. Yeah. But an epilogue suggests, well, an epilogue is the final ending. That's it. You can't go beyond that.
Yeah, and I don't...
But you're right. Most people were like, well, yeah, well, the 4th one, whatever. Even if you like definitely feels most would say like... it, yeah.
Like I said, I would have preferred this in the shorts.
Yeah.
I would have been much more happy, and it just feels like, I mean, to me, it kind of feels like the whole Snow White thing, because this is Pixar's Snow White.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, when the Snow White movie first got announced, it doesn't sit well. It doesn't. Yeah.
No.
No.
None of this sits well. And I mean, I would like to say that the only hope this movie has is Andrew Stanton. And I'm not saying it's impossible they can make a good movie. Because you know what? To this point, they haven't necessarily failed. But for this to work, you really, really are going to have to commit to an explanation of some sort for why Woody is there. And I feel that at the very least, you know how years ago you were at D23 and Rob Marshall, one of our favorite directors, right? Rob Marshall came out and he said when he was presenting Mary Poppins Returns, like, guys, we know, we get it.
Yeah.
There was what was communicated in that instance is that they're understanding and aware that they're tempting fate.
Yeah.
Which
I appreciate, because at least they're aware of that. They understand the I don't know, sanctity,
the perception of that's a word.
What they have in their hands.
Right.
And here it doesn't feel that way, which is interesting.
Right? Like I would have for sure have expected them just like, okay, we get it. Like even Tim Allen said weeks ago, and I'm sure he said it because I don't think he was happy with the limited role they gave Buzz in the fourth film. But then also, I'm sure he was angry over the Lightyear movie happening, and he wasn't involved. Yeah. So he's kind of a bitter queen honestly, these days. Let's be real. Too. And I don't blame him about it, but but that's just the situation. But I think he even said in an interview recently that some would say that 4 was too many movies. That was his initial reaction to the idea of a fifth movie even happening. So it's like, but I'm sure he'll be very happy to take their money for Toy Story 5. So let's not pretend like he's not going to be back there and voice Buzz. And the fact that they're even, I guess, promoting a Buzz element of some sort with all of these rogue Buzz Lightyears. Oh my God. I mean, there's a chance it could be good.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it just like, yeah,
it just feels icky.
Yeah, it really does. It really, really does.
Yeah. And I feel like if somebody younger was listening to us, they would be, or I feel like they would think like, oh, older people like blah, 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 just complaining, don't want anything new, this and that. We do want something new. We don't want.
I'm so ready for Elio.
Yes.
And I think Elio, I think Domishi was brought in to help the project, but that it's still very much a staying true to the vision of Molina, who was directing it, and I think still might be. But I'm excited for that movie.
I'm so pumped for that movie.
I wanted it this year.
Yeah.
But I understand that sometimes they have changes. Yeah. Did I say last year?
You said this year.
Yeah. No, it was going to be coming out this year.
I thought it was coming out last year.
No, it was supposed to be coming out this year. It was moved. They moved Inside Out 2 up. Which isn't that also a bit of an elephant in the room, right? Because we haven't talked about this, but Inside Out 2, I'm sorry, like we may be the only people in America that feel this way, but it was a complete and utter waste of time. Like, it may be the single most vapid movie Pixar's ever made. And that's saying a lot, considering we have Lightyear as company here.
Yeah. That one, I think, is, like how I was saying earlier with Incredibles, that it just feels like it could have been better. This one's like, I know it could have been better.
Yeah.
Like.
And it felt so rushed.
It was. It was not good.
No. So as that's the movies stuff, and I think that's most of the disappointing negativity out of the way with. Now we're going to transition into the parks. That being said, as we transition to the parks, and I made a big deal to criticize Andrew Stanton for like not communicating to the audience about like we know about your reservations, but I do want to praise Josh tomorrow because he began the panel, this parks panel, by basically admitting how much of a failure and how much of an embarrassment the last one was, by saying that, don't worry guys, this is not going to be a blue sky panel where we're just talking about things that we could do. All these projects, he said he had that, you have my word, whatever that is worth, but he said it out there, that are dirt projects, as in like they're going to be breaking dirt on these and they're actively being worked on and not, well, we might do this. Because that was the last time we did D23 podcast, we were just like, wow, that was such a joke. It wasn't really like, I'm not even sure what they were announcing. They didn't
announce anything. No. They just did hypotheticals.
Yeah. Like, well, we could do this or we could do that.
What if we do this? Oh my god, that was so bad. That was so funny though.
And I want to say, I that was still under the Chapek era, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, interestingly enough.
We were going through a rough patch there.
Yeah, I saw a tweet saying that he should have his own spot in Villains Land when they open it. A Bob Chapek meet and greet.
That's so funny.
Yeah, it really would be. But you see, that's what I'm talking about. An acknowledgement. But I want us to appreciate how rare that is for anybody that represents Disney to come out and say, we know we did something wrong. They hardly ever acknowledge their failings. And I feel they should do that more often. Because I feel that we all make mistakes quite often, as a matter of fact. And I think when you're genuine, when you're open about when something doesn't work, people are more willing to work with where you're going with it, this overall direction. And that's something that really struck me with like him saying, this is not going to be a panel about what we could do. This is a panel about what we are doing. Mm-hmm. And that's a very different tone than what happened last time. And then, in large contrast to the previous one from years ago, there were a lot of announcements that were made about, different new attractions happening at parks literally all over the world. I'm sure, Alexis, you've gone over yourself all of the ones that have happened.
I think the two main ones that did happen were the Zootopia stuff and Arendelle.
Did they confirm Zootopia?
Zootopia is being made in Shanghai. Or is already open in Shanghai.
Yeah. I was... Yeah.
The last one, not the...
Oh!
Yeah.
I thought you meant
I think those are the two that did happen, I believe. And then... Oh, that's not true, because they did like the Moana thing and then the statue. Mm-hmm.
So, before we get into the individual pieces here, because there's a lot of individual pieces to this, what did you think overall of what was announced? And where do you think that signals where Disney is?
I think, for the most part, everything seems pretty exciting. I think the only thing I'm still like, I can't get excited for it. Like, it just still seems a little like, I don't know, like, underwhelming is all of the Marvel stuff. Not in the international parks apparently, but here, yes. So yeah, I mean, for the most part, like I said, I think most of it seems exciting, but I'm still waiting for them to bring back the Mary Poppins ride.
I agree with you. There's really no reason why that isn't that isn't being continued. I get why it was canceled. You know, COVID, bad timing. But hey, people really liked that idea. I would think that we could go back to it, you know?
I think so too.
There were a lot of announcements, and if you're watching this, I'm sure you already know about them, like of all over the world. I think the big overarching one that I think blew the roof off the place was, by the way, really good on them. The presentation was really nice. Good on them for doing the Honda Civic Center for their big panels instead of the Anaheim Convention Center. There was more room.
It looked
and you
nice.
Can tell it was really, really nice from what I saw. And also good on them for letting people film. You know? That was a really different change in tone. From you went to D23 many times. Didn't they take away your stuff? How did it work like before?
Yeah, we had to put it in like a bag that it was like completely sealed. It was like all dark. Or like when you put it in, like even if you're filming or something, like it wouldn't go through, and then once you got out, then you can take it out. But yeah, it's not like you had to like put it somewhere and then go pick it up, or it was just they give you a bag and you have to put it in there. But I think I want to say, I could be wrong, but I think you hand them your phone and then they lock it for you.
Okay. This time, I think for the movie stuff, they were asking them not to, but the people still filmed anyway. They really weren't cracking on that. And then for the parks, they just like didn't say anything at all from what I hear on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that one's not as like
as sensitive as the movie stuff. But either way, what does this communicate to you that they were very lax on that this time around? Do you feel like I suspect they were like, maybe it helps us if these things do get out there and it does get disseminated through TikTok and Instagram and all these other places. What do you think?
I believe that was their thought process. Because I mean, I don't know, it always seemed a little silly. I mean, but also, I mean, when you're at the convention,
you want to have something special for you.
Yeah, like I got to see a lot of trailers that like released like a year later.
Lion King? Was that one of them?
I think I want to say something for Star Wars. Like different things. David saw the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. episode.
Yeah, he saw it way back.
So, I mean, if you're going to the convention and like you have like it's expensive, obviously. So to get that like exclusivity of it, like I think is kind of fun. So I don't know. I don't want to say like it cheapens it a little bit. But at least from like I think the experience perspective, like I really didn't mind putting my phone away, because at the same time it's like you're like be in the moment, because there's so many things happening, there's so many people there that like you probably wouldn't have ever met or seen in person, because it's not like going to a concert, you know what I mean? Like we got to see like all of the, I mean that was like released, but all of the voice actresses for the princesses, like things like that like, you know, you're on your phone, and even though it's such like a old person thing to say, like it does, you know, sometimes like you putting your phone up like does sometimes get in the way of like you being in the moment.
I can't tell you how much I feel that, and how much more I've been feeling that lately, because I love being on my phone when I'm, for a lot of reasons, but when I'm out in places like that, I love being on my phone and recording all this stuff so I can see it later.
Yeah.
But while I'm doing that, it makes me feel like, man, I feel like this is in a way getting in the way of like being in the moment. And then also with the Disney parks, because of how much they've made, you know, with mobile order and with Genie Plus, like they're making you be on your phone more than you ordinarily would be. Like I'm constantly on my phone throughout all 3 days, was like looking for like lightning lanes, and I'm like, I hate having to be so focused on my phone when I should be here in the moment. And it's, I that's something that we
take for granted now.
Yeah, we really do.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine, but deep down it does feel like, this is not fine though. But like,
no.
We get over it.
Yeah, no, don't worry.
Yeah.
By the way, I should have mentioned earlier on, today is August 13th.
That's what I said.
I know you said that, but I just, when this comes out, it won't be.
It won't be.
Yeah, so we are recording this on the August 13th. So the literal 9th anniversary of that first recording that we did.
Yeah, and even like in that moment, when we did that recording, you know, I was recalling everything that happened, and we always go back to that episode because it wasn't the first time we met, but it was the first time we had like a real conversation with each other.
Yeah.
And it was very like non-stop conversation, which was so fun. And
it felt so natural, like we've been doing it for years, didn't it? Yeah.
And again, it felt...
We just got each other almost instantly, and that is so rare to experience that.
And that's like what I mean, like that feeling is what is sometimes missing when you're on your phone the whole time. Yeah. Like genuine feeling of like human connection. Mm-hmm. Even though like you're at least in the convention, but like that was my favorite part of going. I can't even remember, 3-4 years in a row. And D23 is definitely different than Comic-Con. Comic-Con is really fun, but it's so big. There's so much going
almost
on.
Too big.
It's really
I've been to Comic-Con twice, and it's just like it's overwhelming.
Yeah, and me and my cousin talk about it all the time that because she went the same amount of times as I did, and we always go back to that first time we went to D23 and just how you know it was. I think they were still selling tickets the weekend of.
Wow. A bygone era, man. A bygone era.
It had just started. I think that was maybe the third one, I want to say. It wasn't like it hadn't happened for a long time. The first one, the first D23 ever, Johnny Depp was literally walking around the floor. Just like in character. 'Cause that's how like small it was, and I'm not saying like, you know, I'm the only one that knew about this. Like, no, it's just there was no influencers, and I'm not saying that that's like a good or bad thing. It's whatever, but it does make a difference. It doesn't feel as genuine anymore.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's why we also stopped going, because the last year was like you could feel the difference.
When was the last year you went? Was it 2022?
No,
2021?
2019.
Oh, was it before COVID?
Yeah, it was right before COVID. And although it was a lot of fun, it did
different.
It did feel different. You could see a lot of people that like, I don't know. So the way that I could kind of describe it is, so we would camp out. we would wait. If you got the chance to do it, if you got there early enough, you basically wait in like a basement area. Mm-hmm. And people would take like sleeping bags. They would take like those inflatable like couches that you have to run around in. So it was a giant Disney sleepover. They had TVs on top playing the movies. You met so many people that
really
you met so many people that liked the same things as you, and it didn't feel weird. And the way that I can describe it is when we did that podcast.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was the first time I ever, and I've said this before, that was the first time I ever talked to somebody and knew the things that I knew, or the things that I referenced, and understood what I was talking about. And that's like what that was. And now it's like people know things, but what do you know? Like, I have to, like, gauge it. You know what I mean? And that's what it feels like now. Where it's like, I can't just have a conversation and you understand what I'm talking about. Like, it's not like that anymore.
Right. For those of you who are listening and watching, I think that's just indicative of, like, aging, right?
Yeah.
We've mentioned
and
that...
And just, like, being nerds.
Yeah. That's the thing, too. It's like, we're talking about a conversation that took 9 years ago this very day.
Yeah.
And believe you me, that's just a hard reality to grapple with.
Mm-hmm.
How was it already that long ago? It felt like it was just yesterday. Yeah, here we are, and yet so much has changed.
Yeah.
Our feelings on everything has changed.
It truly makes me sad that, like, you know, you always make fun of the Fantasy Fair being dead.
Well, I make fun of it because I'm angry. I don't want it to be dead. I never wanted it to go away. I mean, I didn't really have a choice in it, neither did you. It just went away. Let's be real about that.
I mean, I kind of had to say.
Okay.
But it was mainly just, like,
breaking
news. I think we both understood, or we both kind of felt the same, even without saying it, that, like, we didn't want, even though we still do, like, everything that was going on with the company at that time just didn't feel good. And why would we want to
not the Red Spotlight Company, the Disney company.
Yeah, the Disney company. So it just kind of felt like, why would we want to talk about something that we've loved for so long, that we still love?
It was depressing.
Yeah. It was just sad.
And the point of that podcast was not to be depressing. It was to be exciting.
Yeah. And especially,
joyous.
Like, at the time that we kind of decided, like, maybe we're gonna stop, was during COVID. Like, we were already depressed. I want to be more depressed.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I forgot why this was brought up.
Well, it's the overall conversation we're having. And I feel like this should also just help and make people understand why, we can be very negative about these things lately. Because, like, when we began having these conversations 9 years ago, it wasn't negative. It was very positive. It was exciting. It was joyous. It was literally all that we looked forward to and more. And as the years went by, there was a real turning point, and that turning point kicked into overdrive.
Expense of things that we cared about. So it's kind of like, well. And it's not to say that, like, we don't want to be excited about things, or we're not excited about things.
I would like to be here and say it was all great.
Yeah. I feel like right now, once we get to talking about the park stuff, I feel like we are genuinely, like, excited for all that to happen.
Yes.
It's just, we've been burned before with either it not getting made, or it getting made and not being
living up to expectations at all.
Yes, which is bad to say, because it's a park, whatever, but we've seen them do great things. Right. It's like, where is that? And we know what it is. Like, that's another thing too, because we know a lot about this. We understand that, like, this and this happened, so this and this happened. And it's like, but you guys could do it differently. Like, we know what to fix, but how do you not see it either?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to remind people, Alexis, that conversation was also life-changing for me as well, because, like, to me, I've always thought myself as, like, a big Disney nerd, going all the way back to the mid-2000s. I remember the day on my computer where I got the news that they were going to put $1.1 billion to completely reimagine California Adventure Park. And I remember all the announcements that came out, and just like, wow, this is going to be so cool.
The Little Mermaid ride was my first big tell of, like, oh, I really am into this.
Yeah, when they announced it, I was like, oh,
Yeah.
I can't wait.
I followed everything. I followed
even when it premiered, when it opened, and they had Jodie Benson singing the song, and it was so emotional. Like
I watched video updates of the sketches being made of what the ride was gonna look like. I was in group chats, but I saw group chats going on Tumblr, on wherever, of like, why is Ariel's hair this way? Why is why is it in a ponytail when it's supposed to be half up, half down? Like shit like that.
The usual Disney park fans bitching,
and it wasn't even in podcasts. Like I said, it was in group chats or comments of videos in videos. It's just it just makes me sad that like a lot of these things are turning out the way that they are because I've been so invested for so long.
Yeah, for sure. But I still, despite it all, I still get excited for when there are new announcements made, particularly to my home parks, which is Disneyland and Disney California Adventure. I love them so much, and I've always been invested in the very best for them. Like I'm very protective of those parks. And so, particularly with California Adventure, I felt like
we grew up really with that one. That one's
we did. Yeah. And so anything new is coming to it, I'm like, yay! I want more in there. And I want more recognition. And I think it's a really good theme park. Now, theme park, you can say loosely, well, what's California about it these days? I get it. I've just resigned myself a long time ago. We're not there anymore, I'm sorry to say. The theming is just not going to be, ideally anyway, what we all would want it to be. And we've just now settled for themed lands. And does it really make sense for it to be at a certain park? Well, not really, but it's still an expansion, and it's still an experience. And if you can make those isolated things, again, remember when it was announced that the Star Wars land will be in Disneyland, and we're like,
yeah,
does that make sense? Does that really? And we were all like, well, I don't think Walt ever intended to be a Star Wars.
Yeah, I hate those comments. The
Walt, I agree with you. The Walt ever intention, but I just mean generally speaking, as Disney fans, we were all thrown off by the idea of like, wait, you're gonna put this in Disneyland? Where? Remember those days where we're like, where are you gonna put this? And now we know where it is. Like, well, duh, it was always gonna go there.
Yeah.
But it's like, remember those days when they announced and it was like, oh, it was going to go in Toontown or it was in...
The horror, the scaredness of the fear of losing Toontown. Thank God
they didn't. Thank God they didn't do that.
See, I always knew it had potential.
And you were correct. You were correct in that. But I think it's an amazing feat they pulled off. An engineering feat, how they were still able to keep the Rivers of America somehow, and then just build a whole new land behind it. That's incredible. That can't be said for Disney World, apparently, but we'll get to that in a minute. But because of that, I've always just been very tuned in to like what new is coming to California Adventure Park. I love that park so much. So Coco finally getting its own theme park attraction, a dark ride boat attraction, is like a no-brainer, and we've been saying it ever since it came out in 2017. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Get on this right now. There's no need to be waiting this long. And I want to say on this podcast or on Fantasy Fair, I talked about like around the time of the first Pixar Fest in 2018, when they rethemed Pixar Pier, that there was a spot that was like left untouched or closed off for a future Coco, because the Coco ride's been rumored for a long time now, so they've had these ideas and plans for years and years. But I want to say that it was going to be right next to the Bing Bong candy store. There's this like big band area where they called the Pixar Promenade, and I think that was supposed to be the entrance to the Coco Dark Ride, which would be like right behind it. And I'm hopeful that's what it is, because I wouldn't want to see any other attraction go away. I'm a proponent of like building.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love this place. I think that's usually where I go get food. But I wouldn't mind that where they usually do the Coco stuff.
I agree with you. You mean like in the Boardwalk Pizza and Pasta?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would be sad to see it go, because I think it's a really convenient quick service restaurant. I know I went with a group of fourth graders earlier on in the summer, and it was really convenient for us to just go in there, get our food, and get the fuck out in a really like good period of time. And I would be sad from that perspective. But I wouldn't be that heartbroken over it. Either. But I have to say though, that area right there is going to be really sensitive. Sensitive because here's the thing.
Oh, the parade.
Well, not just the parade, but Avatar. Because Avatar is, in my prediction is Avatar is going to go directly behind there. Now, for those of you who are saying, well, okay, let's backtrack here. They announced a brand new Avatar experience, which had been rumored for a while. And we all thought like, where would you put something like that? And I want to shout out David from, not our David, but David from Fresh Baked Disney, his channel. The work that he puts into helping us visualize where this is all going to go in the future of the resort, I think should be world renowned because he goes far and beyond. And I believe I shared this video weeks ago. And he went to the Simba parking lot, which is right next to one of the hotels. I want to say the Pixar Place Hotel now, which was rethemed earlier this year. And the Simba parking lot is directly behind the street, and then in front of the street would be Boardwalk Pizza and Pasta in DCA. The idea is that the Simba parking lot was unbelievably massive. It was so massive, it has room for like probably 3 or 4 of these Avatar-sized lands. Like there is so like that is the whole future of DCA. Is pretty big. It's not good. The whole space is not going to be just for Avatar. Part of it is going to be for Avatar, but the rest will be future expansions. And this is the rub here, where it turned out this Disneyland Forward thing was actually no joke. I think we're looking at the next 40 years of Disney expansion through that. And I think they found a way magically to make it work. Well, you're saying, well, how is that going to work? How are we going to connect that part of the park to DCA? Well, I think either they're going to make a secret tunnel of some sort or just a sky bridge that goes over for you to walk to where the Boardwalk Pizza and Pasta area is, all the way to where Simba parking lot is right now, wherein that would be the new Avatar expansion. I think to me that's the only thing that makes sense, because where else in DC are you going to put something, especially because, and this is where it's different, they didn't just say it was a ride. No, this is a themed land.
Yeah, it's a land
with different experiences. And by the way, not to shortchange that ride. I know it's a boat ride, but they weren't talking about it like any ordinary boat ride. They were saying it was a large scale, state of the art, like the next technological big thing coming to the resort, which is not how they were talking about the Avengers, which we'll get to that in a minute. But this is what they're going to use it for with Avatar.
Oh, and that already gave.
Yes, let's not get there. But what loving Avatar.
I felt like a little panic because of the Avatar stuff.
Why?
The animatronic.
Oh.
Like it literally, my chest started hurting.
Oh yeah. Okay. But I love the fact, by the way, that concept art, gorgeous. And the fact that they're like theming it to both the way of water and fire and ash is going to be like, ooh, that's really to me, that looks a lot more interesting than the one in Orlando. Sorry, not sorry, but
I mean, it's, I can only imagine what they're going to do now. And then with Rhodey back.
Yeah.
Because the one in Disney World is like, I know
you've been to it, right? You've seen it.
A little panic attack, but like, it's so good.
It's state of the art.
Yeah,
it's a real legit experience. Yeah. Unlike Avengers Campus, it's an actual themed land. Like you're in a different part of the world, basically. And I also love how they're not just like doing the same thing. They're completely doing a whole new version of the land, a whole new version of Pandora.
Yes,
that's legitimately exciting.
Also been annoying.
Yeah, for sure. How it's just copy and paste. Like, I would have been glad if they had just done a different Bot 2 or a different thing at Disney World for Galaxy's Edge, whatever we want to call it. But I was like, wow, I love this concept art, and I love how they're selling this new Avatar experience. And I'm like, I can't, and I still am kind of like in disbelief. Like something that massive is going to come to a park to where the ordinary person be like, but where? It's already full. And people were saying like, oh, it's going to go in the backlot area. No, it ain't. There's no room in the backlot to do anything.
They already cut it so much.
It really did. So it's going to go, and that's going to be a whole, I'm also just excited to see how that looks like too. Not even if you're not into Avatar or like at all, it would just be an exciting new chapter of the era of this park and this resort to have them. They're going to have to make either a pathway of some sort to get from one side of the street to the other side of the street, just for that experience. And that's going to be really exciting to see. And then also for whatever that may foretell for the future. With the expansion into the Simba parking lot, there now exists the potential for so much more to come on later on. And I legitimately feel just so grateful for that and excited about that. But yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything else that was announced for... I know that we're going to get Tiana's Bayou Adventure coming on later this year. I'm really looking forward to that. So yeah, and I think that's... Oh, I forgot. There was something else that was... for California, and specifically California Adventure. And I think this should tell you, in my view... Well, first of all, Alex, did I give you a chance to speak on the Avatar stuff? Or you seem pretty psyched about it for what it means
the
for...
Coco one is obviously, like, top.
Well, yeah, it's Coco.
It's Coco. Yeah, that one's pretty exciting. And it is exciting that we're gonna... I low-key wish that we would have gotten the Toronto ride before we would have gotten Avatar, but that's just...
Yeah. I feel like at some point...
Only because I feel like if I ever go back to Disney World, I wouldn't get on the Avatar rides.
No, it was too much?
It was too much.
Well, we're not going to get those rides either. That's just so exciting.
We're the same thing. They're the same people.
Oh, yeah. We're not getting a Flight of Passage reskin. It's going to be a whole different ride. That's what I mean. It's like...
That's scary.
What?
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like I'm excited to see what they do because the Avatar in Disney World looks... like I said, it's amazing. Like, it's beautiful.
I agree with you. I feel like that Tron Light Cycle attraction should come here, but I think they there's a desire for that to happen, but they just haven't figured out where to put it is the problem. I think it's too big to fit in the backlot at DCA, apparently. I think it's way too big to fit in Tomorrowland, which is a whole other thing that people would want is for updates to happen to Tomorrowland. For me, what I would love is take away the launch bay and then just put in the space restaurant that they have at Epcot. That would be a cool experience.
Ooh, yeah.
That to me is like a no-brainer.
Do a Wally ride.
Exactly.
That's
there's some simple, small... It doesn't have to...
these kids about the Earth.
Seriously. So, I agree with you. I would love to have that attraction in Disneyland somewhere. And I think it is. I just don't think they figured out where is the best place to put it.
I feel like they could totally use like the same, like the structure of...
Reskin it to something else.
Wally.
Right? Yeah.
Like they could totally do it. Come on.
They could. Now, Avengers Campus. I mentioned earlier on in the podcast that I took my friend to go see Avengers Campus for the first time. I told them it was going to be bad and underwhelming. We were there all of like 60 seconds, and they look at me like, this is not good.
No.
This is not good. Avengers Campus, I feel strongly, is the single most embarrassing thing standing today at Disneyland. It is so embarrassing for a lot of different reasons. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to look at. And it's ugly to look at. And it's hot to be there. And there's no shade. And it's literally the most boring thing you could do with it. With Marvel. there's really no point to be there. Avengers Campus has been open. The last few times that I've gone, I just passed through it. As most people would, because what point would there be to stay?
I've only been on the Spider-Man ride one time.
You rode it? I didn't even get on it because I feel like what a waste of time.
Well, I had to because one of the people that I went with. Really
and how was it?
It was so stupid.
Yeah.
It was so bad.
Like, it was so bad to the point, like, they thought people were going to like this.
Yeah.
And I feel like it, in the past, I don't know, maybe it wasn't as big of a dud, but remember in recent years when they opened Cars Land, Luigi's had a very different ride system, and they recognized that people didn't want it, and so they changed it quickly, and now it works a lot better. Mm-hmm. It works a lot better.
It is still fun. It's a kid ride, but like it's so fun.
It's still fun. So, and then the thing is this, like, I think they need, I personally would have just ripped it out completely and do it all over again. Because I don't know. I don't particularly feel it's a beloved attraction. Like, what is there to love? with any of Avengers Campus. And I think the fact that they announced not one but 2 new rides coming to Avengers Campus, I think should show you and everybody else that they recognize that it has been far less successful than they would have thought it would be. And the fact that you're announcing, like
they didn't even know what to do with it.
Exactly, but I think this confirms that they have seen the response, and the response, I think, for most people, if we're gonna break it down to the normie reaction, there's not anything to do. Well, what's the quickest way to fix that? Put more rides in there. I mean, for one, I get budget cuts. The Mary Poppins thing wasn't the only thing that was affected. The Avengers attraction was affected largely by this. And that was supposed to be a big scale attraction. And I imagine the original intent was for that to open with Avengers Campus. But that just couldn't be facilitated. I gotta say, look, I'm not necessarily that disappointed, but I'm also not that excited. I think the ride systems for the 2 new rides, I think it's going to work out. I think at the end of the day when they're opened, I think people are going to like them. I just feel like with what they had with Marvel and with how big Marvel was in the last decade, this was so far, far away from what anyone would want out of Disney, the name of Disney, to do with Marvel. And it's so sad that at the end of the day, this is the best they could come up with. Mm-hmm. And they're in a situation where they have to do damage control. Personally, I would rip the whole place down to the ground and start all over again, because I just think it's an ugly place to be. But I also recognize the financial reality that that's just not something that's going to happen. So what's the quickest way to get in there and fix the problem? Add new rides. And if they're able to hit it out of the park with these 2 rides, then maybe it is salvageable. Because at that point you would have, if the Stark Lab one and the Avengers one, if they're good, then you have those 2 with Mission Breakout. That's 3 good rides. So there's something there that can change the narrative, because then there'll be attractions that people would want to get on. Mm-hmm. But they're just not. Neither of these 2 new attractions, I feel, are of the innovative variety that we look forward to with the next generation of Disney attractions. It's not going to be a Rise of the Resistance. It's not going to be a Pirates of the Caribbean from Shanghai. It's not going to be the Avatar that we're going to get in DCA. Yeah. And I think we wanted that for Avengers.
Especially because that's what they promised in the beginning. This whole
5 years ago.
Yeah.
They first announced this 5 years ago.
And I feel like what makes it kind of worse is, like, in between that time, we got the Guardians roller coaster.
The Cosmic Rewind, right? And then also at the same time they announced, what was it, Hong Kong or Shanghai is getting a Spider-Man roller coaster? Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like, it's still underwhelming. It still feels like they don't know what to do.
And I think, yeah, and to me, it's like, again, I walked through there again, but when I walked through there were like no characters. And I feel like, okay, that's a really easy thing to fix, is just have more characters walk around. Mm-hmm. That can't be that hard, can it? Like, what happened to that?
Yeah. I think,
And I think, by the way, Galaxy's Edge still suffers from that as well. Yes, there are more. I saw Rey, Chewbacca, R2-D2. I saw Boba Fett, Kylo Ren, Stormtroopers. That's still not enough.
Yeah.
You need to have more characters walk around.
See, I know that you just said that when you went, there wasn't characters, but every time a new movie comes out, we get the characters. And with Star Wars, it's the same original ones. Yeah. Like, there's nothing new, even though they have so many characters.
You know what? That is strange, right?
Yeah.
Because anytime there's a new Marvel show or movie, like right now you can go and watch Deadpool and Wolverine. The characters, I mean, at DCA. And they actually did more than just a meet and greet. They actually have a show, which is actually pretty funny. But that is true. That the equivalent has not happened with the Star Wars. Like, you think there would be a meet and greet for like any of the characters from the Acolyte or the Ahsoka show or Mandalorian or even from the animated stuff? Like, wouldn't there have been an amazing opportunity to have a meet and greet with Asajj Ventress the week her episode aired of The Bad Batch or The Bad Batch themselves? Like, there's ample opportunity.
It's strange that it's not happening.
Very strange.
Yeah.
So it's just, again, missed opportunity on top of a missed opportunity for that. But I'm choosing to be more optimistic than disappointed in this instance. See, I can do that. It's not always doom and gloom. But in this instance, I take it as, well, even if they're just standard fun rides, if they're fun rides, then that'll be a win. Yeah. And that'll mean there'll be more rides in that park itself.
Yeah.
So I'll take it from that perspective. And then we'll see where things go from there. And then as far as other announcements that were made, I know that what was it? There's going to be a Lion King. It's funny how I was saying earlier in this. Well, it's funny how they never make a Lion King ride or attraction. Yeah. And then they do it, but then they base it off the Jon Favreau one, and I'm like, go fuck yourself. I don't know. What park was it? Paris, or was it Paris that's going to get the Lion King land?
Actually,
I'll look it up right now.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I'll look it up right here because I have it in front of me. Isn't it funny? And then they say that there's a new. Oh, I guess I should mention. This seems pretty harmless and pretty useless, but I guess they're going to be doing a. They're going to be switching up Smuggler's Run at Galaxy's Edge, and I assume these mean this is Galaxy's Edge for both coasts, where they're going to be there's going to be a new Mandalorian story for Smuggler's Run, which it's whatever. I don't think that it does any harm. I mean, yeah, we're going to give more credence to Mandalorian, but whatever. It's what's popular. I can't really change that, can I? But let me see here. I'm trying to find where they announced this Lion King thing, and I think I don't have it as a matter of fact. But it's gonna go to one of the parks. And it was like, I guess they're gonna have a Splash Mountain attraction. But now themed Lion King, that's what it looked like in the concept art.
You're falling to your death.
That would be pretty funny, wouldn't it? That would be pretty funny. They also, what was it called? I know that the Walt Disney World, so a really interesting and also somewhat random group of announcements that was made. I will say the one that I was actually kind of I guess proud, but just happy to see that it wasn't just another like one IP themed land. Dino Land is being rethemed the Animal Kingdom, and it's going to be the what is it going to be called? The Americas or something, right? The Americas.
I thought that was where Encanto was going to be at.
No, it is.
Oh, that was what I got excited about earlier. That you were telling me not to forget.
So, and this was reported about a year ago. It was Tropical Americas, but let me just man, a lot of these did, I guess, get leaked, but I just had forgotten about them completely. What was it called? Tropical Americas?
We tend to not listen to.
I'm sorry.
Disney World stuff.
No, but I mean, I don't, because I don't really care. I mean, I do, but I've never been to it. But here I have the concept art in front of me, and yes, this does include Encanto in there. So what this is called is Tropical Americas. It's called Pueblo Esperanza. Interesting name. The space will be lush and sprawling and feature a large fountain in the center. So they had a grouping of different particular concept pieces. But what's going to be in this new land? Indiana Jones. A new Indiana Jones is set to arrive at Animal Kingdom. It'll be completely different than any of the other ones around the world. This will be based perfectly preserved Maya temple, and you can only mean one thing. It's time to explore.
I think they're going to do a Rise type of ride.
Maybe.
That'd be kind of fun.
I'm actually surprised it took this long to get an Indiana Jones ride over there at Walt Disney World.
That is true.
Right? Like, you think this would have been done a long time ago. But I think it's the perfect spot for it.
Yeah.
So, good for them. Encanto. If you're a fan... Oh, God, I have to read this crap. Okay, so... the Madrigal family... Inside the casita, Antonio just received his special gift, the ability to communicate with animals, and his room has transformed into... Okay, yeah, move it along. So they have concept art of... They're actually going to build the house.
Yeah,
The casita. Yeah. And what's going to happen is... So, I think it's meant to be interactive. So, is it going to be like well,
I think it's going to be like a dark ride.
Is it? I would hope, right?
I think it is, and like the queue.
Oh no! No! You're correct. I see here a concept art of a ride vehicle, so it's gonna be a ride through attraction. Mm-hmm. That's gonna be cool.
Yeah,
I would go on that one. That sounds legitimately.
That's why
exciting.
I'm excited, because they're getting rid of the dinosaurs.
They were scary.
They were so scary. Did I tell you that I was on TikTok, and this lady decided to make a video about like people getting stuck on rides, and the one that I happened to land upon was Jurassic World. No. The
scariest part is when you fall in there and the big drop and all those things are literally in your face.
Oh my God, I'm getting a pass. Dude, I can't handle... I don't know what... It's so weird. I don't like thinking about it.
Then let's not. So yeah, that's supposed to be the new experience there, and I like it. I legitimately like that that idea. Also, interesting. Maybe a little odd, but maybe not. A Monsters Inc. themed land.
I'm so
at Disney's
excited.
Hollywood at Disney Hollywood Studios.
I
love monsters
because where the Monsters Inc. ride is at right now, it's pretty big. Oh, hold on. I think I'm confused.
That's the wrong park.
Yeah,
that's the wrong park. That's in Tokyo, isn't it? Isn't that Tokyo? Because in Tokyo, one of the Asian parks has the Monstropolis.
I think it's
it has
Paris.
The actual factory. Maybe it is Paris.
I think it's in Paris. I think I'm confusing them now.
I don't think there is. Is there a Monsters Inc. attraction right now at Hollywood Studios?
I can't remember. No, there isn't. The only thing that's over there is the
laugh floor, but that's Magic Kingdom Park. See, we know some things. Don't bitch. We know some things. Okay, so what's interesting about this announcement is evidently, and this is a theme that carried on, they dusted off a long rumored attraction, which they call the Door Coaster, which had been like rumored many years ago.
I think I think fans started that.
And that should tell you something, that they're really going and making stuff that fans started.
I mean, I feel like if it gets enough traction, they're like,
Previous Monsters Inc. themed attractions have opened at DCA and Tokyo Disneyland. So it's Tokyo Disneyland, the one that you were thinking of. Oh. I mean, realistically, isn't it the same ride? It's just the exterior is different.
Yeah, it's the same ride, but it's bigger. Like they made the factory.
Well, it's more. It's like comparing Little Mermaid at DC and Magic Kingdom, whereas in DCA to make it fit, it was more like an aquarium. Is like the queue exterior, but at Magic Kingdom, it's Prince Eric's castle. Yeah. So that's the difference there.
And then, of course, in Tokyo, they get Atlantis.
Or Atlantica, right?
Atlantica, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, that is Tokyo. Okay. Man, it's hard to keep track of all these different parks.
I know.
It's like, where's that? I forget what that is.
I feel very like...
So anyway, I think ultimately this is good. I think it'll be a nice themed experience, but a lot of people are already like, is this going to replace the Muppets Courtyard or the Muppets Vision? And I mean, how much more abuse can the Muppets take, man? This is just sad. If that's the case, that happens.
But they have so much space. Like, that's the crazy part. Like,
it's not like here where we have ish. Yeah.
Here.
There's no need to do that. I don't think anyway.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked at enough maps or been there enough to know, but
right.
From what I remember, it's pretty big, and they own a lot of land there.
Yeah. As was the intent by Mr. Walt Disney, anyway. Going from that over to Magic Kingdom. Speaking of that, on brand and on message here. They say that Josh D'Amaro brilliantly squeezed in a lot of like song and dance numbers in between announcements to prevent himself from being booed. I'm not sure there was a real risk of that happening, but I do feel it was very intentional throughout most of the presentation. That what was not the information that was being withheld is that where these particular themed experiences would be placed. And like I mentioned, and you just mentioned actually, we just talked about it. It feels like Walt Disney World has all the space it ever could want. There's really no excuse to not build out. So the idea of like taking something away and replacing it, you understand that more with maybe even Disneyland, right? Like what happened with Bugs Land, may she rest in peace, to make space for Avengers Campus. Well, what other option was there, right? Here, though, it's not quite the case. Not even anywhere near close to it. I mean, don't they always brag how much bigger they are? Well, this is where you need to
They just
show
closed down a whole hotel.
That's a hotel. Sure, a hotel. Sure, that's right. The Galactic Star Cruiser is what she's referencing there, of course, which was not really a hotel. It was basically more like a high theft robbery, more than anything. Oh no, oops. Sorry,
your lights came on.
Yeah, it's the charger ran out. Give me a sec. I think there's a way to salvage this. There we go. I had a backup. So we're good on that. But that's how long we've been on this podcast. Sorry about that. I didn't mean for it to be this long, but I'm really enjoying myself talking with you. It's been a long time. We've had, some time to make up here for. But here's the thing. Who would have thought first that of all the things to introduce into the Magic Kingdom Park at Walt Disney World, it would be 2 Cars attractions?
They already have one. That's the crazy part.
You mean Autopia or the Tomorrowland Speedway? Where?
I believe it's at Epcot. There's a Cars ride.
Test track?
No, it's not Test Track. It's like something with Lightning McQueen. Unless they close it, but I don't think I ever heard anything about them closing it, and it's fairly new.
So,
it's like, I believe it's like next to the Nemo thing.
I'll give them props here. This could have been a complete copy, right? They could have just said, we're just going to copy Radiator Springs Racers and we're going to put it in Magic Kingdom. They could have done that. And that would have been probably the easy way, right? To do that. You mean the Lightning McQueen Racing Academy?
Mm-hmm. I honestly don't even know what it is.
It's a show.
Oh.
It's not a ride.
Oh, I thought it was a...
I just looked it up right here. It's not a ride. Anyway, they're new. They seem like new ride systems. So, there's that. Okay, so it's not a copy and paste. So good for that. But the IP of Cars, I don't know. Seems like a weird mix for Magic Kingdom. That was just the first initial impressions, mind you. I think those were far more exacerbated when days later it was revealed what space they would be occupying. And this is when I first read it, I'm like, what the fuck? And then the more I read it, I'm like, yeah, they're going to do this. And then it was confirmed. They're going to destroy Tom Sawyer's Island, and they're going to drain the lagoon of the Rivers of America, and they're going to fill it. That whole area, it's like Thanos snapped his fingers. It's gone. And instead, there'll be 2 Cars attractions in Frontierland. There has been a lot of, shall we say, anger that has come out in response to this. Alexis, I remember when I read this, and I'm like, what the fuck? They're not really going to do that, are they? Well, it turns out they did. They are going to do that. And here we are. What the hell do you, I mean, that, I said for me, I mean, it's not my home park, so naturally I'm not going to be as passionate about it, but I can understand.
Yeah.
For those who do claim it, I can empathize with that for sure. Of something that has such, like, you know, treasured memories being replaced by something that is, it's just hard to really talk about this because it is so strange, and it does feel like, I mean, for them, it is messing with an opening day attraction.
Yeah.
This was opened in 1971.
Yeah. I don't think we've had that, have we?
We've had opening day attractions.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But I think
nothing like this.
No, I mean, this is on a far grander scale. It's not just one attraction, it's a whole area.
Yeah.
It's an iconic one at that. It is so essential to the heart of the Magic Kingdom Park. It's been included at every single Magic Kingdom Park all over the world. So for them to do this, it's pretty seismic.
Yeah.
Wow. What do you say? What do you even say?
I know. It's kind of intense. they I mean, for sure, they would not get away with it here. I mean, they could because it's
no.
It's
I mean,
like
we know that
story.
for a fact. If they thought they could, they wouldn't have bothered by finding a way to keep them intact or keep the rivers while they were making Galaxy's Edge. They would have just destroyed it completely.
Yeah, because people didn't make it like a big deal about the stuff that Galaxy's Edge took over. Like, I remember people being like sad, but nothing like this.
No, nothing like this at all. Yeah, a lot of people have been sharing like pictures of the rivers, and then the reflections of other attractions nearby. Because it was designed to be like a hub point with all these different. Because isn't like Big Thunder Mountain is like right next to the rivers, and that's a different perspective. Yeah, because ours is like close but not right next to them. So
yeah, it is.
You know it is, but there's a walkway, and then there are the rivers. Yeah. I think in Disney World, there's no walkway. It's just like they're right there in the rivers right there. But I mean, close enough. Wow. Yeah, some people are pretty miffed about this, and I can definitely empathize and understand that. Yeah. Do you think it's worth it?
So, yes and no. Yes, because racers, I mean, top.
To be clear, though, I don't think it's that exact same attraction.
I know, but I can only imagine what they're gonna do.
Okay.
With newer technology. No, because aside from, like, I understand, because it's the same thing here, like, people don't really, or maybe they do it over there, but, you know, people don't really, like, do the canoes here. They don't actually go to Tom Sawyer Island. If they do, people complain about it, and I'm sure it might be the same over there. But I don't think that that's the point. The thing is, like, the structure of the land and the way that it looks.
Mm-hmm.
That's, like, the iconic part of it. So to, like, completely take that out and completely change it. But it's also, like, hard because, again, that's not our park. And
yeah,
like, to change that at Disneyland is like, whoa, like, no.
And I can't, no, hell no. And I can also say from a selfish standpoint, as somebody who can claim Disneyland is their home park, well, with Magic Kingdom doing this, it only makes our rivers far more unique. I mean, and people, the thing is, part of also why they would never get rid of it is that's the Phantasmic stage.
Yeah,
You can't, and that's never how it was over there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's not like, it's like
it's just not as precious, used. I guess you could say. Yeah, yes, or or used. Yeah,
that's how it is here. So that's why it's like,
I'm sure that's also why they realized it wasn't worth, on top of them knowing the fans would be pissed in Disneyland if they even tried to remove them completely. It's a no-win situation because it screws them out of Phantasmic. Where are you going to have Phantasmic if not there? There's nowhere else to have it. Where, the Fantasyland Theater? What a joke that would be. It just wouldn't be on the same scale at all. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, just trying to look at rationales for why they made this decision overall. And at the same time, you could also just say, well, just put it behind. Don't replace. But what is going behind that whole new area is now the Villains Land. That should tell you, for those of you who are not aware, the Villains Land has been something that has been literally rumored since the early 2000s. 20 years ago. as a reminder, for those of you who are not aware, 20 years ago, some of us were 9 years old. So, yeah.
Ew.
Ew. But this is something people never thought they would do.
Yeah. Because it's so... I don't even know how to explain it. Like, it's not...
Who created that? I think it was the fans that made that idea,
fans,
right?
Definitely the
yeah.
fans.
So it's like, look, that to me cemented the overall point of this park's presentation. To me, the fact that they're going so far out of between the Villains thing and the Monsters Inc. door coaster, they're literally reviving ideas that have long since been forgotten about in decades past. I think what if you read between the lines, I think we finally reached a point where Disney has felt the squeeze, and Disney has felt the crowds not return as they used to. Now, we all know, of course, the culprit for that. The prices are just way too damn high, and it's way too ridiculous, and it's way too expensive. But it isn't just that in isolation. It's the rise of Universal. It's the rise of Epic Universe, and that coming onto it. They feel
deal. That was
they feel the burn because they remember how wholly unprepared they were 10 years ago when Wizarding World opened, and how that affected the whole theme park landscape. Disney World started to really do new things. The new Fantasyland was a direct result because of how popular Wizarding World was, and they were not prepared for it. They tried to acquire Harry Potter. J.K. Rowling said no when they worked with Universal. I mentioned her, sorry. Didn't know you mentioned her. But yeah, so we're in a situation now where the game has changed so much. It's a much more competitive space. In large part, I feel really it was those two factors. Universal was gaining on them. They built things so much faster, and it's very popular. It's also more affordable. That, although
Nintendo Land was...
Yeah. So you see, it's like, partly they did it to themselves for thinking they could continue, like, up the pricing, but they've put, without people really going away. But, I mean, how else do you explain this? Like, there has never been a parks panel like this when they've made so many big announcements, but also announcements that have literally been lifted from the fantasies of Disney Parks fans for many, many years. Like, there's no other way for me to read this as, like, them understanding they're in a bad spot, and if they don't act quickly, it's going to get so much worse in the years to come. Now, frankly, I also do think there should be some introspection on the part of guest relations and guest services. I think that's also just deteriorated overall from what used to be commonplace, right? And I think that if to me, if they went out of their way to re-examine how they did guest relations at the parks, and then also the pricing, I think that goes a long way, honestly, in bringing people back. But we're not in that reality, I guess. And so their best course of action from their perspective is to just make so much new shit. And that can work. That can drive new interest for people to come back.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it will. We have the Tiana stuff coming in soon, and the last couple of things that opened, I think aside from the Marvel stuff, people have shown up. I
think people still showed up for Marvel.
They showed up
in the first few weeks.
It wasn't well received.
It wasn't that, no, it wasn't well received, that's for sure.
And then even like the Star Wars Soto. But people didn't show up for that.
Yeah, no, not really.
So, I always kind of just think of this thing, which I think I've mentioned before, in the Asia parks, when they first opened, I mean, when they first opened a lot of the international parks, I think maybe besides Shanghai, they were not well received. Paris, for a number of reasons, because it's Paris. And people were just like not really into Disney being there. But at the Asian parks, people showed up, but the thing that they didn't really anticipate is obviously like you have to learn like the different cultures and like what people, you know, will deem as okay to do, okay not to do in a different country. And one of the things that I learned was I believe it was it was all of the Asian parks. They're very they want to get make all of their pennies count. Mm-hmm. So that's why a lot of the Asian parks are really good, because they're very picky. If something is not working, they want a discount. Like things like that. Maybe not like that deep, but you know, they want to make sure that what they're spending their money on will be worth it. And they definitely learned that the hard way over there. And I feel like hopefully they're kind of making it their way here and learning that, like, you know, it's yeah, things have to change, because it's not working. They're still making a lot of money, don't get me wrong, right? But it's not the same.
No. What do you think this means for the future of Disney parks? Do you think that with all of these announcements, they have a chance to actually hold their own these next 10 years? Because I know that, you know, when we first started in 2020, I had made, my prediction was, this is going to be a bad decade for Disney all around, for the movies and for the parks. Do you feel like with these announcements, they actually have a chance of not embarrassing themselves, actually, this decade?
Mine was actually the opposite. I was excited for the movies and not so excited for the parks. Okay. It's kind of flipped now.
Yeah?
So, I think, but I also don't want to say that song because I don't want to jinx it.
No, that's for sure. I agree with you. Like, why would you want to tempt fate?
Yes.
In that situation.
But they confirmed it's happening. And I also liked that a lot of the announcements were for the parks here, because last time it was the international parks, which is fine. Like, they still get cool stuff.
Yeah. Like that Spider-Man coaster.
Yeah. They still get really cool stuff. But it was nice to have something to be excited for here. A lot of things to be excited for here. But I think, like I said in the beginning, I'm pretty excited for everything. Aside from maybe the Marvel stuff, but I don't know. We'll see.
I know. I already know the answer, but if there's one thing you really, really want them to do, I think it would be Mary Poppins, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. What I want?
This because they tempted us, or they like dangled it in front of our heads. Yeah. And then they said, "Oh, just kidding." But a Wally ride, I think.
I wouldn't mind them doing a collection of like small-sized dark rides. You know,
I think a Tron style ride with Wally would be so fun.
That would be fun.
Yeah, I just really want a Wally ride.
Yeah, I would like a Luca ride, obviously, but a sensible, just like normal dark ride. That'll be fun.
I think they could redo the Nemo ride again.
What, to Luca?
To Luca. It'll be less scary.
Luca has sea monsters.
But they're not as scary as the stupid fish that pops out.
It's too much work to drain that lagoon.
I know.
It's way too much work.
It took him forever to do the Nemos.
Yeah. No.
I wouldn't mind them taking out that part. That would be.
But if you take out the submarine, you take out Autopia. Like it's kind of a package deal. Like you can't. That's why it's so damn complicated to even touch or think about how do you upgrade Tomorrowland with that literally in the way. I also wouldn't mind seeing the Ratatouille trackless ride come over here.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
I think redo I forget the name of that area. In Tomorrowland, the spiral thing.
Oh, you know what? Scratch that. Forget Ratatouille. The Beauty and the Beast one. Is it Hong Kong or Shanghai?
From Tokyo.
Wrong one. Sorry, Tokyo. If they somehow can bring that over here, I would cry.
It's amazing.
Because that to me is the definition of an amazing attraction.
Have you seen the Tokyo stuff? The new edition, the Fantasy Spring stuff?
No.
Oh, you have to watch Patrick's video.
Okay.
Oh,
what's included in it?
So it's literally a whole land. It's basically like their version of Dark Rides, but it's Neverland, Arendelle, and like a Tangled section.
I remember this one. Okay, I haven't seen. I saw the concept art years ago. I didn't actually see the actual finalized version.
You have to watch videos.
It's amazing.
I got chills.
Wow.
Can I spoil little areas? I won't spoil the ride.
Yeah, of course. Go. I don't care about spoilers.
In Neverland, they have like the Jolly Roger, and they do have a ride, and it's like a whole new thing, and it's kind of like the Ratatouille ride.
Oh, okay.
It's so good, but I don't like that style of ride. It's like the Transformers one. It gets me dizzy. What doesn't get me dizzy? But I don't like I don't like 3D stuff and all that. But on the outside, like actual land that you walk around in, they have little like hidden Easter eggs, and it's the little feet of all the boys, like in the pavement, and you could see like in some areas they're like playing games with each other because you see the little footprints. And you have, like, little hidden things like that all over the land. It's so cute. But and they have a new Peter Pan ride. They have a Tinkerbell ride. A Tangled ride. Which is, oh my god, it's beautiful. And then they have Arendelle, and they have the Frozen ride. I think it's kind of the same thing as the one in Disney World, but it's a little bit more upgraded. And they added, like, a new effect that's, like, it's one of those, like, the Beauty and the Beast one where you're like, what the fuck? How did they do that? Yeah. And then, when you enter the land, they made, like, this, like, Mount Rushmore type of sculpture with, like, all the animated characters. And it's so cool.
Of all the parks, really, Tokyo didn't need an upgrade. Tokyo, in many ways, already is the cream of the crop.
Yeah, it really is.
But with this in there, they're just showing off now, man. They're just showing off.
It's so good. And then for the merch, they have all of the hats from the Lost Boys, like actual like.
Oh man!
I need to go back.
Whenever you go next, take me with you.
Yes.
I want to go. I really want to go to Tokyo Disney.
Right now.
I don't give a fuck.
No, plane
whenever
ticket.
you're ready. Oh.
No, park tickets are like $70.
Wow. Can we get there by boat? Hell no.
I'm okay.
Would you want to get there by boat? We can swim there. Well, we can call some orcas and they'll take us over there. If they don't, mercilessly and sadistically murder us.
Yeah. But yeah, I suggest you watch the video because you will be depressed and sad that it's not here. So that's why I'm like, okay. And you know what's so funny? They have a lot of rides over there, or like the Rise of the Resistance ride. Like the Winnie the Pooh ride over there is like that. And,
yeah. And Beauty and the Beast. Right.
And I mean, Peter Pan is kind of like that. It's like the same track. It's just more screens. But it's so pretty. It's so cool.
We should have made friends with Patrick.
I know.
We should have got all these damn invites.
Yeah.
And he seems to be aging better than everybody.
Oh.
What the hell? Maybe he's in a cult. Well, the Disney cult, that's Disney for sure. Cult. But that's the one. Reminds me we need to pay dues this month. You and I, for that. Anyway. Thank you, Alexis, for being on here. Was there anything else that needed to be said?
No, I think we talked about everything.
Yeah. It took about 4 hours, but
that was a long podcast.
It's been a while since we had a podcast this
long. Yeah.
That's what she said. Anyway, let's go ahead and end it off there. Thank you, literally, everybody, for staying on this podcast. Some of you did for 4 freaking hours. But I had a really blast time. Really blessed time.
Ew,
maybe no. I had a blast, guys. It was an amazing time being here. I enjoyed this conversation very much. So, thank you, Alexis, for being here. And there really isn't much left to say, is there? So we'll catch you back next time here under our red spotlight, guys. Bye-bye.